All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Appreciate you guys being here today. Appreciate you joining me. And I always appreciate you waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. Let more people kind of file in and see you guys getting hyped. I see Jerry A is coming in, bringing all the hype today. Jerry A dropping a $2 super chat saying, get hyped. I like the energy, Jerry. I like the energy. Absolutely. I see Fred Vance is here. What's up, Fred? Fred wants me to rant. I don't know. Maybe there'll be a rant. I'm sure there'll probably be some kind of rant over the course of the stream. It's kind of par for the course, right? Yeah, keep you waiting with that intro there. But I hope everybody's doing well today. We have Luna here joining us. Boss is currently not in the room here, although he probably will be joining us a little bit later. I'm not really sure what he's doing. He's probably sleeping somewhere, but Luna is here. And she's making herself right at home. God of War in space. No one can hear you scream when Kratos beats the crap out of you. I like where you're going with this. Fred, you're saying I had a great idea to let my 3-year-old help me replace a radiator. Interesting. 3-year-old replacing a radiator? How'd that go? Did that go well, Fred? I hope it did. Oh, and Boss is here. I knew he was running a little bit late, but I'm like, I know Boss is going to show up. He'll never miss a stream. Now I got to worry what kind of chaos he's going to cause. Another Concord? No. Yeah, that's one of the topics we're talking about, not Concord, but Sony Santa Monica's new IP. There seems to be, I don't know, there seems to be reporting on this once again. It's not like new news, but this is, what a lot of people are talking about right now. Getting cardio, chasing around for my tools. Nice. Yeah, it's funny. My son, so I usually work out in the basement, and he likes to join me down there frequently. And it's funny because that's what he does. He kind of like runs around, and I always gotta like tell him, be careful, don't run into anything, especially if I'm doing a lift. You gotta watch out. But he'll pick up like the small dumbbells, and he'll start doing some lifts of his own. He's natural, that's for sure. People are acting like every space game is the same. Jack is asking the real question. I wonder if Kratos can live without air. I mean, I don't know. He's a god, right? But it does seem like he needs oxygen. Yeah, I saw that. Dead by Daylight crossover with Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm not a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, and I honestly haven't been playing Dead by Daylight as much lately. But I have to imagine that's a pretty big deal for them. Five Nights at Freddy's is huge, and that's a collaboration that they were probably thrilled to land. All right, so guys, let me give you a quick rundown of some of the topics we're going to discuss over the course of today's show. Topic number 1 is an update on the Phantom Blade Zero situation. For those of you who tuned into the last stream, a lot of salty people, not you guys, but a lot of salty people that were upset that I was once again talking about Xbox, that I was talking about a game that has not yet been confirmed for Xbox and is seemingly going to skip it. And I talked about a developer that apparently went on record just giving the brutal truth as to why they're not bringing the game to Xbox. And the actual development team seemingly wasn't so thrilled with the candid comments that one of their developers made. So they issued a response, which we'll go over, and we'll lay that to rest for now. We're also going to be talking about Helldivers 2. How many of you guys are going back to Helldivers 2 to play the Escalation of Freedom update? Because I'll tell you what, I've been playing a lot of Helldivers 2 lately. Like, I went back to it about a week and a half ago, and it's kind of pulled me back in. I'm finding myself just constantly playing it now and really, really getting back into it in a big way. And I'm glad because the timing feels perfect with this new update. I'm going to go over just the stuff that the new content, I should say, that dropped with this update today. Add 20% of the color green to your MBG logo so people stop complaining. Dude, it's just weird, man. Like I was seeing like comments like from people asking why, and it was like I answered that question like 5 times in the actual stream, but you know, it's to be expected. It's to be expected. Jerry A says democracy needs me. So we're going to be talking about Helldivers 2. We're going to be talking about Sony Santa Monica's new IP. There's not like a whole lot of new information or maybe even any new information to go over, but this is again something we're seeing circulating online, and it's become clear to me that even though this is something we've known about for some time, a lot of people are completely unaware that this new IP has been confirmed, right? It's been confirmed for a while now. You should be an all consoles channel. I mean, we kind of are, believe it or not. We do talk about Nintendo, just not as much. We do talk about Xbox, just not as much. Regardless of what people tell you, trust me, if you actually watch my content, you know we talk about PlayStation like 80% of the time or more. We talk about other things as well, not just the consoles. We talk about PC. We pretty much talk about everything, but the reason why I make it PlayStation focused is because that's what I care about most, you know? Like I've told people before, the only reason I don't go, you know, full neutral, I guess is what they call it, is because it would be a bit disingenuous. Like it would be obvious. Like everybody would be like, why do you call yourself a neutral? You clearly prefer PlayStation. It's like, you got me. You're right. I do. But, you know, it doesn't mean there isn't interest in what's going on, you know, across the industry as a whole. Josh McGill, a member for 19 months, says, never stopped playing Helldivers 2. Time to spread some escalated democracy. Yeah, I've been seeing people saying that as well, you know, that they've never stopped playing. And the thing I'm interested in seeing, not that it really matters that much, but just considering how big of a hit Helldivers 2 was this year, it's going to be interesting to see if this update really drives a lot of people back to Helldivers 2 in a meaningful way. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. But yeah, man, I did take a break, a long break. I stopped playing, I think, at the end of March or the beginning of April, and I didn't go back to it until about a week and a half ago. But I've really gotten into it again. I've been playing multiple rounds, multiple games in level 9 difficulty, the Helldive difficulty, and oh my god, people have gotten a lot better. All right. Like, I've surprised myself with how well I held my own just going back into it with the hardest difficulty. But I could tell people have definitely gotten a lot better. You know, I'm like level 36 or 37, and I'm playing with people that are like level 75, level 110. And there's no doubt that I could not function or even move in Helldive difficulty without playing with people like that. But yeah, man, forgot how fun the game is. So yeah, we're going to talk about Sony Santa Monica's new IP. We're going to talk about this PSVR 2 situation and how it's about to. I don't know if it's already out, the adapter for PC, but if it's not, it's about to be. But apparently, Sony actually responded to this, and they're claiming that PC support for PSVR 2 was always in the cards, which is interesting because I think a lot of people look at this as like, oh, Sony's just doing this because they need to. They're pulling the ripcord, right? Like they need to bring it to PC to save it. And so it was like a last minute thing. Now, of course, they could be lying, but according to them, this is something that, boss. Oh my God. Okay. Hold on. We have a bit of a situation. Hold on. Why did you do that? He tried to jump on the back of my desk and knocked over a bunch of stuff. Like, I knew he was going to do that. What's wrong with you, bro? Damn it. Luckily, I don't think he knocked over anything that impacts the stream. I gotta say, I am thankful that he did not knock over the camera. Like, I don't know how he didn't just knock over the camera. I'm actually kind of shocked about that. Don't try it again, bro. Don't do it. Yeah. Okay. I love how he just looks at me like, do it again? Like, no, don't do it again. Anyway, we'll talk a little bit about that. We're talking about Until Dawn. The movie apparently is beginning filming. Silent Hill 2 remake. Bloober Team is asking fans to please give it a chance. And we got a couple of bonus topics as well at the end if we have time. Sergeant, you're saying, and so it begins. I know the snacks are coming. Dude, that's the thing. Every time I go live, he just is like, snacks. I need snacks. Please give me snacks. And it's like, listen, man, if we hit our goal today, you will get your snacks. Boss doesn't seem to understand that part, but he is a cat, so, you know, what do I expect? Come here. All right. So guys, yeah, if you want to help out the stream, do me a favor, hit that like button. Hitting the like button helps the stream. Chase, you're saying you trained him to be that way. LOL, you're absolutely right. I did train him to be that way. It is my fault. Look, I don't mind his eagerness. Okay, I don't mind his anticipation. What I do mind is when he starts jumping around and like practically destroying my setup here. That's when I start to mind. He needs to calm down. But yeah, hit that like button if you want to help the stream out. It helps more than you guys know. And before I dive into anything, obviously, just want to let you know a couple of ways you can support the channel directly. I do rely on you guys to be able to do this. We are completely fan-funded here. So a couple of ways you can do that is become a channel member. You gain access to exclusive perks. You gain access to the members lounge. You gain access to exclusive members-only gameplay streams. And on occasion, you get access to community posts. If you're already a member, consider gifting memberships. All right, we have a goal. We strive for 25 members. A lot of times we go well beyond that, and it helps tremendously. If we hit our goal of 25 members, we will feed the beast, which I know a lot of you look forward to that. And last but not least, consider donating a super chat. Ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement. Anything in between, it all helps tremendously. So thank you to everybody who continues to support the channel and allows me to continue to do this. But with that being said, let's dive into the first topic here. This is a follow-up to the last stream. Phantom Blade Zero developer denies nobody needs an Xbox, quote, as outrage over PS5 exclusivity brews. Upcoming action game Phantom Blade Zero has once again found itself in a bit of an Xbox-related kerfuffle. I don't know how you say that. Previously, fans of Microsoft's machine had bemoaned that developer S Games' decision to launch Phantom Blade Zero as a PS5 console exclusive, despite having said that there was no exclusivity deal in place with Sony. And now the Chinese studio is having to deny a rather pointed quote, which was picked up by numerous gaming outlets over the weekend. The quote originated on Brazilian website Gameplay Scassi, who had interviewed an unnamed S-Game employee at ChinaJoy 2024. When asked about Phantom Blade Zero's exclusivity, this supposed representative replied, "Nobody needs Xbox." Naturally, the quote ruffled a lot of feathers, and it was so widely reported that S-Game itself has had to come out and make a statement. Basically, the developer attempts to shoot down the ongoing controversy. Recently, we noticed that some media outlets have claimed to have interviewed an unnamed developer from S-Game at ChinaJoy who seems to have made some statements regarding the release, platforms, and strategy for Phantom Blade Zero. We want to clarify that these claimed statements do not represent S-Game's values or culture, as we believe in making our game accessible to everyone and have not ruled out any platforms for Phantom Blade Zero. It continues, we are hard at work on both development and publishing fronts to ensure that as many players as possible can enjoy our game at release and in the future. Ultimately, it's a shame that the studio has had to make an official statement to begin with, but it should hopefully calm everyone down. Phantom Blade Zero doesn't have a release window yet, but it's presumed to be targeting 2025, and there will be a demo apparently playable at Gamescom. Everybody's waiting for that public demo. But yeah, this was something that was worth mentioning, I guess, because there are a couple of things here to unpack. Number one, there's no confirmation still that this game is coming to Xbox, which it seems like they're not going to rule that out, which I guess is smart. Like if you take what this one developer said, assuming it wasn't a misquote, right? The developer that they interviewed was like, no, no one needs Xbox. Of course, the development team or the company S Game, they're going to be like, whoa, don't say that, because later down the line, when we're completely done with this game and everything's wrapped up, maybe we will want to make an Xbox port, because as we've established, there is no exclusivity deal here. Sony did not sign an exclusivity deal, so they are free to release their game on any platform they wish. There's nothing stopping them. So it seems to me that, essentially a developer that was interviewed may have said something that really just would be considered bad business, or just not smart marketing on their part. And, of course, it's going to cause a controversy because, as we said, man, it's just not a good look. Jerry A., you're saying that dev said the quiet part out loud. I mean, honestly, that's basically it. Yeah. You don't, even if they know that they are not planning on releasing on Xbox, it's not necessarily the smartest move to come out, and be like, yeah, nobody likes Xbox. Like, nobody cares. It's just, you don't do that. You just don't. And that's why it was such a big deal, because we don't really see things like this that often. It's actually very rare. And I don't blame S Game for, coming out here and clarifying and be like, whoa, no, that's like, it doesn't represent our values and our culture. We're not, they're not ruling out any platform, and it's a similar situation with Black Myth Wukong, as we talked about. We're going to talk about Black Myth Wukong, by the way, more. I forgot to mention, we do have information about the performance of this game on PS5, which is very important because a lot of people were asking about this. But we're just seeing a kind of very similar situation where we have the development teams, just not really acknowledging the elephant in the room, or if they're forced to acknowledge it, like Black Myth Wukong, where people were trying to tell me on my last stream, like, dude, Black Myth Wukong is still coming to Xbox. And it's like, all right, yeah, you're right. The game was in development for Xbox, and now it's just delayed indefinitely. So yeah, maybe it's like a Baldur's Gate 3 situation. Maybe it's not fair to say that it's never coming to Xbox. Maybe that doesn't make sense, because maybe eventually it will. But it just seems that like you're saying, the part that they don't want to say out loud is that, we're not really worried about bringing this game to Xbox because we don't expect it to do much for us. And there's really not much incentive. And yeah, again, you're not really going to say that out loud. It seems to me like the developer of Phantom Blade Zero, it seems like they just don't want people to talk about it. And I get that, because if you're them and you're developing this game and you announced your platforms PC and PlayStation 5, it's always going to be awkward where it's like, so why isn't it coming to Xbox? But what is the reason? They didn't say. They just said that they haven't ruled out any platforms. So it just seems to me like these are, independent developers who are making games, single player games, and they're targeting the widest possible market right now, outside of mobile, where PC and PS5. So Yeah, I just thought it was worth going over this update here because again, like a lot of people, I don't know, man, a lot of people were really upset that I was covering this on Sunday, and it's like I don't know what to tell you, man. Like this is what's being reported. Like you could call it console war stuff all you want. Like these are the headlines. This is what is being reported out of China Joy, and it's pretty relevant to anybody who's interested in the console space, I would say. But now we have an update where, listen, I'm curious. Are there any Xbox players in the chat right now? Are there any Xbox players here that I guess it's your primary way of playing games that feel like I guess what I'm trying to ask is what do you think of this? Like what do you make of this developer saying that like that doesn't what that developer said doesn't reflect us um you know we're not ruling out any platforms. Like do you think it's coming to Xbox? That's what I'm trying to ask. Like do you think it's coming to Xbox? Because I don't know. I'm still kind of getting this feeling that like they're saying this, but I still don't think it's coming to Xbox. You know, you're saying don't worry, it'll be on Xbox. Delayed, missing features at launch. I'm sorry, we're still fixing. Will come shortly after. Damn. Xbox is King says me personally, I think they're lazy developers. Like look at Baldur's Gate, look at Dying Light, and look at Starfield. All of them claim that they couldn't get it running at 60 FPS on the Series S, and now they do. But I don't know this. I wouldn't say that it's laziness. I mean, I guess that's always a possibility. I think it's a bit brutal. Laziness. I mean, it seems more like yeah, it would require extra work, but to me, it comes more down to like resource allocation, time allocation, right? Because if you're under pressure, where it's like, listen, we have deadlines we have to hit, we have milestones we have to hit, and you kind of have this you have this platform where it's like, yeah, like we could, but it's going to take more time. It's going to take more effort and more resource that we really need to like put that and funnel that towards the things that are going to give us the best bang for our buck. That's my kind of read on it. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's worth noting that it seems like a developer may have sparked a bit of a console war situation, and the development team behind the game is like, damn it. And now they're trying to put that fire out. But it's worth noting that they still haven't confirmed it's coming to Xbox. And that's what I'm going to be looking out for here, because I get it. You don't want the bullshit surrounding your game. I don't blame you. If I was a game developer, I wouldn't want that either. You don't want the console war BS surrounding your game. That's fine. But I am going to be curious now, so like, are you going to bring it to Xbox? Because that's what it boils down to, man. Like that developer said that because that may be the actual truth. Why are we not bringing this game to Xbox? Why is it just going to be on PS5? Because we don't need them. Is that the truth or not? Like maybe the truth spoken too brutally, right? Maybe they could release. Maybe eventually they'll release some kind of statement where they're just like, look, we're we're not really prioritizing this platform right now, but we'll consider it down the line. That's kind of how I'm taking this. We'll see. Time will tell. We have Ragu Bagu here saying, you think it's possible PlayStation will announce or show any of their Disney properties at D23 Disney Expo? I don't think so. No. The reason why I say this, and it's a good question because I forgot that that's coming up. The reason why I say this is because as far as I'm aware, like they never do this. Anything that Sony has, that they're making in-house, like Spider-Man, Venom, Wolverine, it seems like Disney understands that Sony's going to want to save that for their own shows and show it on their own time. Because every time I've seen D23 roll around, nothing Marvel Sony related has ever shown up. Maybe even then you're saying like maybe the Spider-Man 2 DLC. I don't know, man. Like surely Sony's going to do something before the end of the year, whether it be a showcase or a state of play. And if there is a Spider-Man DLC, like to me, that's just obvious that Sony's gonna be like, no, we're gonna want to show that at our own show, you know. And I think Marvel's fine with that because the thing is, Marvel has a bunch of other partners. You know, Disney has a bunch of other partners to where they don't really need to like rely on Sony to be able to show stuff, you know? So to answer your question, no, I do not anticipate that anything that Sony is working on is going to come or be shown at D23. By the way, guys, I see we have over 330 people here now. I'm just going to ask one more time to please hit that like button simply because it helps with the algorithm. Ken Scott, a member for 1 month, says, love the channel and the cats. Keep doing what you do. Well, thank you so much, man. I'm glad you enjoy the channel and the cats. Like, you get the whole package here. Appreciate that, Ken. Mass produces MBG. My sources suggest it's a 30th anniversary showcase. My sources said the same thing. The sources in my head. Well, when it comes to Phantom Blade Zero, we'll see what happens. If there's one thing that should be made clear, Phantom Blade Zero is nowhere near being finished. It's going to be a 2025, maybe even a 2026 game. So a lot could change. They could come out eventually and be like, actually, we are targeting Xbox now. But as it stands, PS5, PC, and they don't want their developers talking about Xbox because they seemingly don't have anything good to say. All right, so with that topic out of the way, your source is not the GameStop guy? Oh, okay. I'm glad you clarified that. I thought that was your source. Coming to Xbox 2033. Oh, man. Brutal. Brutal. All right, let's talk about Black Myth Wukong, okay? Another game that's, look, I got this comment from a dude on my last stream where like, MBG, aren't you that guy that Larian developer had to explicitly tell you that's not a PS5 exclusive? And it's like, listen, what is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? Like, if a video game is coming out for two platforms, one personal computer, the other PlayStation console, that makes it a console, a PlayStation console exclusive. Just like if a game came out to personal computer and the Xbox console and just the Xbox console, it would be an Xbox console exclusive. Okay? I know people get triggered and they get upset. You know, like, the problem is people don't know how to differentiate the difference between a exclusivity deal and a game being console exclusive because it just is. Because the developer basically, you know, like, let me ask you this. Let's take trying to think, what's that game? Stalker 2, right? Stalker 2 is an Xbox exclusive, console exclusive. It's coming out early next year. And it's going to be exclusive for 3 or 6 months or something like that, last we heard. So Microsoft made a deal with that studio that's making Stalker 2. I forget the name of the studio, but they made a deal and they said, we're going to pay you X amount of money to lock this game down on our console only for 3 or 6 months. Okay? The 3 months is up. The 6 months is up, however long it's going to be. And then it gets announced for PS5, and then it releases on PS5. What is the difference between that and a developer that puts out a game on console, and it only releases on one console, and they're still developing it for the other, but for one reason or another, it's not out yet for the other console? And maybe it releases on that other console 3 months later, 6 months later, 1 year later. What is the difference? What is the difference? I just need somebody to explain to me what the difference is. bro. Come on. It is petty. Well, I mean, I guess, I mean, I wouldn't say that makes it. I wouldn't say that's a difference, but yeah, I guess that could be an opinion on it. It's petty to do like short term timed exclusives. Novenzer says there is no difference. Exactly, there is no difference on the consumer level. There is no difference, and that's why I think people need to like chill out with the way they're like getting triggered by this type of stuff. Where it's like, listen, if a video game is only releasing on one video game console, it is a console exclusive. It doesn't matter if it's in development for another console, okay? Because it could come out a month later. Guess what? That game that came out on that one console was a timed console exclusive for 1 month. Silent Hill 2 Remake. Going to be PS5 exclusive for 1 year. Right? Sony paid for that. Yeah, it's the semantics. I have no choice but to acknowledge it, though, because this is the stuff that I see people bring up, and it's like, listen, man, like people like they keep trying to tell me like Black Myth Wukong's coming to Xbox, bro. It's coming. It's like, okay. Can you tell me when? You can't? Okay. Then for now, it's a timed PS5 exclusive. It's a timed console exclusive. I don't know what to tell you. You know? Like, I didn't choose that. I didn't decide that. The developer did, for whatever reason. And they just get so upset about it, and I don't understand why. Like, I don't understand why. I guess I don't know. I'm just, like, ranting a little bit right now, because I'm just trying to make it clear to people that, like, listen, man, just because I'm calling something what it is, it shouldn't make anybody upset. I know how people are. They need the terminology to be correct. They need it to be explicit. And that's fine. I can appreciate that. Fire Stick exclusive. But when it comes to Black Myth Wukong, this is another game that, for now, is going to be a timed PS5 console exclusive. It'll be out on PC as well. So, if you play on PC, no problem. If you play on PS5, no problem. But there was a lot of concern around Black Myth Wukong. It's an Unreal Engine 5 game, and everything we've seen of it looks really, really good. I mean, graphically, how smooth it looks, really impressive to a lot of people. Running at 60 FPS, I think it was from what we've seen. And a lot of people were like worried, man, how is this game going to hold up on the PS5? Because we know that Unreal Engine 5 has struggled on console up until this point. Specifically, like internal resolutions of like 720p in some cases. MBG, if the Chinese developers are not afraid to say it, how long before more devs say similar PR speak? Well, if that's the case, Fred, the truth will come out. If it's true that developers really feel like, if developers share a similar sentiment as that developer over at S Game or whatever the name of the studio is, what they had to say, then yeah, over time it'll come out. But for now, these companies have to play nice and they have to save face. And I don't blame them. This is a studio that, for all they know, Microsoft could try to cut them a check or something. And you don't want to burn that bridge. You don't want to burn that bridge. Like, I wouldn't want to burn that bridge, just in case. You never know. But when it comes to Black Myth Wukong's PS5 performance, I have some good news. This is being reported by PlayStation Lifestyle. A Chinese journalist and insider claims to be privy to Black Myth Wukong's PS5 graphics modes after apparently going hands-on with the game recently. Developer Game Science has yet to confirm the information, but did announce this morning that Black Myth Wukong has gone gold and is locked in for a release on Tuesday, August 20th. The insider, who goes as Ignis the Wise on X, attempted to relax fans' concerns about Black Myth Wukong's performance on console. They tweeted that the game will offer two modes: 4K at 30 frames per second and 1440p at 60 frames per second. The insider further claimed that the PS5 version is, quote, very optimized. Take this with a grain of salt until official confirmation, but it's worth noting, and I want to throw this out there because the article is not, you know, it seems like there's always like a translation thing here. It's worth noting that apparently this information actually came out of China Joy. Like this information came out of China Joy where it was confirmed that these are going to be the two modes. But either way, this individual is saying it's going to be very optimized, and the development team Game Science also put out a tweet. I was really hoping that with this tweet they were going to announce a proper physical version. But they say, "Dear Destined Ones, thank you for your patience. We're thrilled to announce that the full development of Black Myth Wukong is complete and the game will be released as scheduled. Right now, our entire team is working hard on the final stages of experiencing, testing, and deploying the game. To prove we haven't forgotten about promotion, we put together a brand new trailer which will be released online at 10 a.m. Beijing time on August 8th. Although we're incredibly eager to share every fun detail of the game with you, Black Myth Wukong is a single player game with an original storyline and unique gameplay. Therefore, we kindly ask that in these last few days before the official release, you avoid spreading any text, images, or videos that might reveal unreleased content, as well as any leaked information from unofficial sources." Makes you wonder, are they referring to the two modes that we just mentioned? Because it's true, like they have yet to confirm this themselves officially, like explicitly on like their Twitter account or something. We sincerely hope that all the mysteries and surprise of Black Myth Wukong remain intact until the moment you embark on the journey. Your anticipation and trust, given the past 4 years, are always remembered. Obviously, it's a translated tweet, um, but yeah, good news either way for Black Myth Wukong and anybody who's excited for it. The game has gone gold. It's good to go. It's set to launch later this month, August 20th. I'm super excited for it. But if this insider's to be believed, it sounds like we might be in for a treat here with this game. Because, I mean, I'll believe it when I see it. But man, Unreal Engine 5, a game that looks this good, running at 1440p, 60 FPS on PS5. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Almost sounds a little too good to be true there, to be honest, based off of what I've seen of this game. But man, we have Jenna Hayes with the super chat saying, "MBG, I think your user base needs to take geopolitical courses. China may be the nations in Far East Asia. Hold on. Geopolitical courses. China and many nations, in Far East Asia have always looked down on the U.S. Products such as Xbox." Yeah, I mean, I I agree with you there. It is true. This is kind of how it's always been. But I think I don't know. I think things are a little bit different this time. Where like I think what you're saying is true. That has always been the case, but I think it's even worse now. Where I don't believe it's just I just don't believe it's Eastern countries and nations at this point. I don't. I think it's actually extending further uh, to the West. I do. But yeah, that's worth keeping in mind. Microsoft and Xbox have always struggled in in these territories, and China isn't really much different. But I don't know, man. It's still just no matter which way you slice it, it's just not a good look because I don't know. PlayStation seems to even dominate Microsoft in their home turf. Microsoft's home turf is the US, and Xbox is still getting trounced here too. And I'm sure that that's something that all developers, regardless of where they come from, are or where they're located, I mean, are paying attention to. In China, isn't it true that you're only allowed to play video games for 3 hours a week? Oh, I don't know, dude. That's nuts. In my opinion, that's crazy. I feel like I remember hearing something like that. That would be nuts. Yeah. 20 million PS5s versus 14 million Xboxes I saw in the US alone. Well, I will say that Black Myth Wukong is a game that personally I'm very excited to play on PS5. I think it looks extremely promising, and any gameplay I've seen of it so far looks it looks really fun. Like, it looks really good. It looks really well made. The visuals of the game look incredible. The bosses look like they're going to be insane. And I don't know, man. I have a lot of I want to say that, like, my hopes and my expectations are like through the roof for it, but I will say it's pretty high up there. This is a game that I remember seeing years ago, and I remember when we first saw it, like, it kind of took the internet by storm. People were like, "Whoa, have you seen this game?" I was like, "Yeah, but it was one of those titles that was like, yeah, it's probably going to come out 2 or 3 years from now, so we'll pay attention to it." But here we are, like, it's close to release, and it's like, wow, it's looking just as good, if not better, in some ways than it did the first time we ever saw it. And I think that's just kind of rare these days where you see that. And yeah, man, I'm stoked. Still waiting for reviews, final gameplay. Yeah, this is where reviews might play an important role. I always try to tell people, like, judge it for yourself. Like, for me, I've already decided that based off of the gameplay I've been shown, um, I'm picking the game up and I'm going to play it, uh, regardless of reviews. But it is a new developer. It is I'm pretty sure it's their first game, certainly their first AAA game. So yeah, it could be worth maybe seeing what is being said about it. I don't expect it to be like a 10 out of 10 game. I think that's an unrealistic expectation, but I wouldn't be surprised if when this game launches and the reviews come out, that it's a lot of positivity, like, wow, like, this is actually a really well made, really fun game. Maybe not perfect, but has a lot going for it. I wouldn't be surprised. It would be terrible if it was the other way around, though, right? Lesson learned after Cyberpunk. Yeah, yeah. You can't ever be 100% sure, right? You just can't. I don't blame you there. I hope nothing goes wrong. I hope it's not like some kind of disaster where it's like actually half the game is broken or something. That would be terrible. Nominzer, you're saying, I bought Sinji All Guns Blazing today. It's wild. Well, first off, thank you for the $2 super chat. I'm not familiar with this game. I actually, you know what? I am. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one that was it you? Because I know I just watched a trailer recently. I think this is, yeah, it's that game that kind of reminded me a little bit of, like, Resogun, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Right? No, now I gotta make sure it's what I'm thinking of. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I remember watching that trailer. Yeah, it looked really good. I don't know if it's something I'm gonna play, but it did look really good. I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. I've seen that Black Myth Wukong, the standard version, will have a physical disc, but the other versions won't have it. They mistranslated the information from the developers. Don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true, dude, because, like, look, if I go to Amazon right now, I type in Black Myth Wukong PS5, nothing comes up. Nothing comes up. If I type Black Myth Wukong PS5 on Google and I hit shopping, only digital downloads. Somebody, hold on. Somebody on eBay is selling Black Myth Wukong case and insert cover slip cover. Wait, what? Hold on. Somebody on eBay for 14 US dollars is selling a Black Myth Wukong case. Just a case. I'm about to buy this, bro. I'm not even, it's like, it's got the case and a slip cover. Seller has 100% positive. That's crazy. The default is a single disc case. A double disc case is also available for an extra $2. The model disc is blank and can be burned with desired content. So they give you a blank disc. About the slipcover, high definition printing with a surface that is waterproof, anti fouling, and wear resistant. The fine matte surface looks more textured and is not prone to fingerprints or scratches. Guys, no joke. This is a seller, Fansate, on eBay for $14. Apparently, they're selling the case for. This is so weird. Yeah, as of right now, I don't think you can get this game physically. Like, you can't get this game on a physical disc. I haven't heard any updates. I've been waiting for an update, but I think for now they're just going with a digital only release. Yeah, that's what's so strange about it, Carlos. You're saying I think it was confirmed that there is a physical, but it won't have a disc. It's just going to be a code to redeem. Right now, like, this game is coming out in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. If you try to find this game to buy, you can only buy it digitally. There's no other, like, I don't even think there's a, you can't even buy a case with the code in it. It's just digital. People regularly make their own bootleg inserts / cases. They do it all the time for anime box sets. I wasn't aware of this. That's really interesting. Yeah, I had no idea. But yeah, I'm happy to hear that apparently this game is going to run well on PS5, because I have to admit I was pretty worried. I was pretty worried that maybe this game won't even run at 60 FPS, but we still need to wait for that official confirmation. But assuming this is true, again, it sounds like we could be in for a treat, and that makes me happy for sure. Maybe they backtracked with the empty case version. Yeah, I could see them backtracking on that. They should try to figure it out, though. I think this game ultimately will get a physical release. I think it will. I just think it's going to come later on. You know, I think that's a common practice these days. But Hicksock, you're saying no physical release for Wukong and Dead Rising. What the F? Well, actually, Dead Rising is confirmed to be getting a physical release, but I think 2 months later. Dead Rising is getting a physical release in November. Apparently, the reason for Black Myth Wukong struggling with a physical release has to do with, them being a Chinese developer and, I don't know, distribution, like global distribution. Apparently, they would run into some kind of problems or something. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. If you look at how long it took Alan Wake 2 to get a physical release, yeah. Digital only killed Alan Wake 2 sales. This is a bad move. I mean, that's the thing. If I had to assume, if it was up to them, I think they would have a physical. Like, if they could figure it out right now, they would have a physical version. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just kind of got that vibe when they released that statement. Like, they made it seem like they want to do it. They just are having problems for some reason. is in China where most games are printed. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. See, I don't know, man. It would be nice to get a little bit more clarity here. You know what game's not going to have a physical version that actually really frustrated me? And it's just it's clear that like, dude, this is happening more and more and more. Like the digital future is approaching, man, where I'm just surprised. Like we're starting to see more and more games where it's like, you want it, you got to buy it digitally. The casting of Frank Stone. I was like shocked. They responded on their official Twitter and like, we have no plans for physical release at this time. And I'm like, why? Like, why? I don't understand. If you have the like means to do it, I mean, this is Behavior Interactive. Of course, they can make a physical version happen. I have a physical version of Dead by Daylight, for God's sake. I don't understand this. Saying, I think you're right. I just looked up my local gaming store, and they don't sell any version of Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, I've been looking, man. You're dying when we hear Phantom Blade Zero's digital only. Yeah, watch it. Watch it be that way. Is the game cheaper because of no disc? I don't know. That's a great question, actually. Yeah, it's $60. It is $60. So I don't know. They never said. There is a $70 version where you get, I think, a couple of bonus items, but the base version of the game is it's $60. But Astro's $60 as well, and that's going to have a physical release. That's even going to have a poster in it. I don't know. It's weird, right? Like on one hand, we're seeing Sony do that, where it's like, here's a physical copy of Astro's Playroom or just Astrobot with an actual poster in it, which you don't see happen that much anymore. And on the other hand, you get a big single player game like Black Myth Wukong, where it's like, sorry, we don't have anything for you. But I'll be keeping you guys up to date with Black Myth Wukong because I'm assuming, now that the game is just a couple of weeks out, we're going to hear more information. And yeah, I'll be sure to keep you guys in the know. We are going to move on to the next topic, though, which is talking about Sony Santa Monica's new IP. Again, there's really no new information here, but I thought it was just worth mentioning because every single gaming outlet that I went to had a report on this. And it just seems to me it might be worth putting it out there again for anybody who may not know or anybody who may have missed it, that Sony Santa Monica's next game is not God of War. Although they are working on a God of War. They have multiple teams, but this is being reported by Push Square. They say, we've known for a good chunk of time that God of War developer Sony Santa Monica Studio was working across multiple projects. One is supposedly another God of War game, no surprise there, but then there's a completely new intellectual property seemingly spearheaded by studio veteran Cory Barlog. It's the latter effort that's currently making the headlines, as the developer's LinkedIn profile has highlighted the project's existence once again. Santa Monica Studios presented the opportunity of coming back as character supervisor, looking after the entire character development pipeline on their new IP. So here I am, thrilled to be back, working again with the crew and pushing characters in video games together. This is what the profile reads as per Eurogamer. It's been suggested that this new IP will be Santa Monica Studios' next official release, and the evident role of a character supervisor makes us think that the game is beginning to take form. Of course, the whole thing's still wrapped up in near total secrecy, but the hope is that it's all going well behind the scenes. And so again, the only real new information here to be gleaned from this is that this developer, revealed on their LinkedIn profile that they are being tasked with being the um, lead character designer and or character supervisor, I should say. And some people are taking this to mean that the game is finally beginning to, get off the ground now. Look, what's interesting to me about this is I don't know the timeline of AAA game development. I don't know if any of you do, but I don't know if this means the game is like, is it like closer than we think? Is it further than we think? Because, um, I mean, if they're just hiring a character supervisor now, then I guess the assumption there would be that they're just now beginning to create the characters. Am I am I the only one reading it this way? Like, I'm not trying to be like negative about it, but it's like, is this gonna be a PlayStation 6 game as well? Is that what we're learning from this? We have Cypherpunk saying both Black Myth and Phantom Blade are digital only, so they can plant a bug on your console to track your spending and playing habits. Real and true. Damn. Cypherpunk coming in, dropping the truth. China wants to spy on us, man. They're going to spy on me through my PS5. Well, they're going to be a little underwhelmed. They're going to be a little underwhelmed. Cypherpunk, I can only assume this means you're definitely not buying the games. Right? Or are you still buying them? You're saying just tuning in. Can anyone tell me if Black Myth is 60 FPS on PS5? The latest rumor that comes from an insider is claiming that there will be a 1440p 60 frames per second mode on PS5. We're getting spied on already. Yeah, I just assume I'm being spied on at all times. And we have a Cloud Knight with a super chat saying, what are your top 10 game recommendations for someone new to PlayStation? The PS5 is my first ever PlayStation console, so I could use some suggestions. Well, here's what I'll do. Maybe I'll do a top 5. A top 10 was a bit intimidating to do just like off the top of my head. Not to say I couldn't think of 10 games, but it would require some time to think like a genuine real top 10. One of the games I would recommend would have to be, well, 2 games actually. Just because if you're new to PS5, actually I'll say 3. So maybe it wouldn't be so hard, but 3 games that immediately come to mind when you say you're new to PS5: Demon Souls Remake, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and Returnal. Both or all 3 games play great. They run great, and they all kind of really, I think, showcase just how amazing, especially Ratchet and Demon Souls. They do an amazing job showcasing like just how good games can look and run. Not to say that that's all that matters, but they still feel somewhat like a showcase of like that next gen kind of, here's how good a game can look and run on PS5. But I will also recommend Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut for sure if you haven't played Ghost of Tsushima. Honestly, even if you did play Ghost of Tsushima, I would still say play it again with the Director's Cut because it's awesome. Astro's Playroom, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Cloud Knight, definitely play Astro's Playroom. All right. It's amazing. It's short. It's like 5 or 6 hours, but it's amazing. Really fun. Cypherpunk, you're saying you have both pre-ordered. Nice. Okay. Returnal's really fun. I mean, you have games obviously like God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, GT7. These are games that I still recommend, but if you're coming from PS4, I mean, they were already available on PS4. But another game I'd recommend is, I don't know if you're into these games, but Final Fantasy 16. That was an awesome game. Spider-Man 2 is really fun. Yeah. It's Miles Morales, but again, that was on PS4. I'm just thinking more of the, the exclusive games. But Harlem, you're saying Returnal's your favorite PS5 game. Returnal is awesome, yeah. I mean, look, I'm playing this now. I don't know if you're into multiplayer games. I don't know if you play on PC, but if not, I would check out Helldivers 2. That came out this year. It's really fun. There's actually just quite a few games that came out this year. Now I'm thinking about it. Maybe check out Rise of the Ronin. See, I don't know. I don't know that I would count them like my top 10. Helldivers 2 might be my top 10, though, in all seriousness. This is so fun. 14 days until Concord. Holy shit. Why does that not feel real? Like just 14 days and it's out? It's creeping up. Zephyr says, what's the news about Black Myth Wukong's PS5 performance? Have you discussed it yet? I did, but basically the gist is an insider has claimed that it's very well optimized on PS5, 4K 30 FPS fidelity mode, and a 1440p 60 FPS performance mode. That's the gist of it. Oh, yeah, there is a free demo for Rise of the Ronin. Stellar Blade's fun, too. Yeah, Stellar Blade's a good one. There's also Death Stranding, Director's Cut. I mean, Death Stranding's definitely not for everybody, but if you're a Kojima fan, might be worth looking into. I really enjoyed it. There's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that came out this year. There's also Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot, man. If you're just jumping on the PS5 now, I'd say we're like just about to hit that halfway point of the generation. Yeah, also the Abandoned Real-Time Experience app. Definitely want to download that. Don't forget about that one. If you're not just talking about PS5 games, though, I see somebody recommending Alan Wake 2 and Resident Evil 4 Remake. I mean, yeah, I played both of them. They're really good. I enjoyed both of them a lot. But I really, really enjoyed Resident Evil 4 Remake. Like, I think I enjoyed that the most. If you're new to PlayStation, well, people are starting to recommend other things. Like, if you're... Oh, you know what? I apologize. Yeah, you did say in your super chat, it's right in front of me, this is my first ever PlayStation. Yeah, so that really opens things up. I mean, dude, at that point, yeah. Bloodborne, The Last of Us. I see a lot of people recommending Uncharted. I mean, at this point, man, you have a whole treasure trove of games to dip into. I mean, a game that I would recommend as well that people recommended to me and I played, and I was like, this game is fucking incredible. Shadow of the Colossus, specifically the Blue Point remake. That's an amazing game. I mean, yeah, you have a whole library, man. Yeah, I'm just looking over. Mr. B, you're saying you just beat Lies of P? That's awesome. Yeah, how'd you like it, man? That game was awesome. Irfin says Destruction All Stars. Look, I'm just gonna be honest, man. It's okay if you don't play Destruction All Stars. It's totally cool if you skip that one. Horizon's a good open world game. The Last Guardian. I never did get to play The Last Guardian. Was The Last Guardian good as Shadow of the Colossus, or was it better? Because I don't know, man. Shadow of the Colossus was crazy good. Like crazy, crazy good. No, it wasn't as good. Yeah, I don't know. It just that's kind of the vibe I get. Not to say it is bad, but it's just not as good as Shadow of the Colossus. Play it for yourself and decide. Yeah, maybe one day I'll have to get on that. Oh yeah, Days Gone is a fun one too. Chase says, as a new PlayStation owner, you would benefit from PlayStation Plus Extra. Yeah, that's true. Quite a few of the games we recommended are, I think, currently part of the PlayStation Plus Extra catalog. So you might want to seriously look into that. Mr. B says Lies of P was a great game. Had to use Spectre for the Rabbit Brotherhood boss fights. Yeah, some of those boss fights were really tough. I love Lies of P. All right. Getting back to Santa Monica Studios' new IP, though. I want to ask you guys, like, your gut read on this. Do you think it's going to be a PS5 game, like a late PS5 game that comes out at the end of the generation, or do you think it's going to be a PlayStation 6 game? Illegal Monkey, you're saying PlayStation 6. Chase says PS6. Xbox is King is asking what game. Sony Santa Monica's new IP. See a couple of people, Irfan and Kyle, saying PS5. PS5 and PS6. So you think it'll be cross-gen? Let me ask you. Would you prefer cross-gen, or would you actually prefer... Like, what if it's a game that could be ready within the first year of the PS6 launch? Would you prefer it to be a true PlayStation 6 exclusive that is, like, trying to push the limits, like, out of the gate? If you had to choose. Because, like, I don't know. We're getting to that point where we're starting, like, the PlayStation 6 is starting to become part of the conversation. And I know that's upsetting to a lot of people, but it is what it is. It's just becoming part of the conversation. I almost feel like, dude, if we're talking about a new IP from Santa Monica Studio, I think I don't know. I think I'd almost be okay if they were just like, listen, this game's going to take us a long time to make. We're not going to be, like, it's going to be a PS6 game, like just a PS6 game. I think I'd be okay with that as long as there are other studios releasing PS5 games while we wait for that, you know? MBG, I think you're believing incorrectly that it is favorable for Sony to make PS6 games only. Forget about that. Everything will launch on PS5 for years to come. Well, yeah, you might be right about that. You're probably right about that because, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's kind of what messed up this generation, though. But you know what? It's impossible to determine because we don't know what the PlayStation 6 is going to be. So, like, the only way I could see cross-gen not really being as much of a thing would be if the PlayStation 6 is vastly different from the PS5. I mean, like, Sony, there was this interesting rumor, by the way, and this rumor is a little, it's not that old. Maybe it's like half a year old, but there was this rumor that Sony internally, like right now, they're planning the PlayStation 6, they're getting it ready. Internally, Sony is planning to basically go crazy. I mean, that's a weird way of putting it, but they are aiming to make the PlayStation 6. Again, this is internal. It's not like marketing speak. Like, they will wait as long as they need to. Like, they said they might even wait till 2028 if they need to, where they're going to make sure that the PlayStation 6 is by far and away the most powerful console. And it's like going to be like a, I don't know. It seems like they're trying to really push for like a real big, like genuinely big leap, or the biggest one that they possibly can. But that's hard to it's hard to determine what that means because, I mean, how much better can it really get? Right? I mean, it can get better. It can get better. We know that. But there's going to be a PS5 Pro. And so you have to ask, like, how much better can a 2028 PlayStation 6 be? How much different can a 2028 PlayStation 6 be compared to a 2024 PS5 Pro? Well, let me ask you this. What if Sony goes the other way? What if Sony changes? What if Sony does the opposite of what you just stated, right? Where you're saying that you believe there's going to be cross-gen with PS5 for years to come. What if Sony gets really aggressive and they kind of go back to the way they did do things, where they're like, look, all these games we just showed you are only coming to PlayStation 6. You can stay on PS5, you can play on PS5, and that'll be great. We still will support it. But if you want these new games, like, basically what I'm saying is, what if the PlayStation 6 generation turns out to be what we thought the PS5 generation would be? You know? We need to consider this. I'm going to tell you why we need to consider this. The reason we need to consider this is because back when we heard Horizon Forbidden West, God of War Ragnarok, Gran Turismo 7, by the way, Gran Turismo 7 was announced as a PS5 only exclusive. And they changed it like a year later. Like, actually, never mind. A lot of people believe that the reason why Sony did this is because, well, this is the future, right? Like, they need to just make things cross-gen. But the reality is they seemingly did it because they were afraid that the PS5 was going to be unavailable for like years to come. Like, in other words, if we make God of War Ragnarok PS5 only, if we make Gran Turismo 7 PS5 only, if we make Horizon PS5 only, but there are no PS5s to be bought, to be sold and to be bought, then are we just killing the chance of our games selling and making money? To whereas what I could see happening this time around, it may be more unlikely, but it's a possibility. I don't know. I'm almost wondering if 2028 rolls around, the PlayStation 6 is announced. It's coming November 2028. There's no pandemic. There's no lockdowns. The production lines and chains are perfectly fine. Sony can produce as many PlayStation 6 consoles as they need to without any, any potential problems. That might incentivize them to be like, okay, well, there's no pandemic this time. There's no shortage. So let's get people over to the PlayStation 6. Because let me ask you this question. For everybody who thinks that Sony did cross-gen because they wanted to continue to get PS4 sales, sure. But if that's true, then why is Spider-Man 2 PS5 only? Why are the upcoming PlayStation 5 games that we're going to get, why are they PS5 only? Because there's still like 50, 60 million people apparently still playing on PS4. Why doesn't Sony capture that market, those sales? Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, you have games like Call of Duty and sports games still releasing on PS4, but not Spider-Man 2, not Wolverine, not Death Stranding 2, and probably any other game going forward. I don't think the people's wallets will be enough to have people get a PS6 where the economy is going. If it's still, well, I mean, yeah, that's an impossible thing to predict. I mean, by 2028, who knows? Who knows? MBG, my pumping iron brother, can you help me out here? I've never played The Last of Us, so should my first playthrough be on the OG PS3? I still have mine, or the PS5 Remake Edition? Thanks, amigo. It's an interesting question. Well, I mean, if you have a PS5, I would say your make your first playthrough the remake, because the remake is the best way to experience it. It's still the same game, but I mean truly with the best possible graphics and fidelity. But if you have that interest in seeing what like the original version was like, because there are, um, I mean the only difference is really in the graphics, and the fidelity. But if you want to see what the original version was like and just experience it that way, you could play it on the PS3. Nothing wrong with that. You could play both. I mean, if you want to make it interesting, maybe play it on PS3 and then play the PS5 remake, and you'll be able to really appreciate how much better the PS5 remake looks, you know, having that direct comparison. We have Kyle with the super chat. He says consoles have now become like mobile phones. We can now skip a generation. It would still be okay due to the leap in technology not being as advanced. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest challenge that Sony specifically faces, because Nintendo is not worried about the power factor, right? Nintendo has accepted that they're always going to be behind, maybe behind in a significant way. But that's okay, because not only do they have the Nintendo IP that will stay exclusive to the Nintendo hardware, but they have the console hybrid situation. Portable, but it can be docked. Sony's not in that position. Sony really is in the opposite boat, where like Sony is the only player right now here's what I'll say. I would say don't presume to know what Sony's going to do. The reason why I say this is because if we look at this like holistically, Sony is in a unique position by themselves. Think about it. There's the PC market, and the PC market it's very open, and it's also very, there's a lot of variety. You know, if you want to build a $10,000 absolute monster PC that can run every game at the highest possible settings that are available, you could do that. If you want to build a really cheap PC that can just be good enough to get the job done, you can do that. And that makes it unique. That's what essentially separates PC from the console market. The console market, on the other hand, we look at Nintendo, we look at Microsoft, we look at Sony. Well, think about what I just said about Nintendo. Nintendo's not going to be pushing the boundaries. Nintendo isn't worried about photorealism. Nintendo isn't worried about having hardware that's powerful enough to run GTA 6. They're not worried about that. Then you look at Microsoft. Microsoft, you could say, is worried about that, but are they really? If Microsoft is beginning to pivot towards things like cloud and an even bigger emphasis on things like Game Pass and PC, then what does that mean for the console? Well, it seems to me that, they have much more incentive to maybe not go all in with trying to make the superior console, right? The most advanced. I mean, look, they say it's going to be the biggest technical leap, and it's like, okay, not sure. Like, I don't know what that looks like for them, but here's what we do know, and this is important. What we do know is that Xbox is not going to turn around and say, here is our next gen Xbox, the biggest leap we've ever seen in an Xbox console. So if you want the next Gears of War, go buy that console, because that's the only way you're going to play it. Microsoft is never going to do that. Ever. That's completely over for them. What they will say is, go ahead, buy it if you want, and you can play Gears. But if you're on PC, you can just play Gears there. Or if you want to play on cloud, you can play there too. Or if you just go anywhere where Game Pass is, you can play it there too. So that's why I'm saying Sony is in this somewhat unique position where Sony still does care. about selling consoles. And because of this, I don't think we should presume to know the strategy they will employ with the PlayStation 6. I think the PS5 is a weird, strange generation that, when it's all said and done, everybody's going to look back and be like, yeah, that was kind of weird. People did think it was weird. They're like, yo, Sony, you never really did cross-gen like this before. You never did it with the PS1, 2, 3, or 4. And of course, we could say, oh, it is because, we've hit the ceiling. So, but that's the thing, though. I don't, why does that have to matter to the console manufacturer? Think about that for a moment. If Sony's producing, let's just say the Santa Monica new IP, right? Graphically speaking, how much better is this new IP from Santa Monica? If they make it a PlayStation 6 only game, how much better looking is it going to be than God of War Ragnarok? How next gen is it really going to be? But what if Sony's like, dude, it doesn't fucking matter. You make it look the best it can look. You make it as next gen as you can, or just make it as great as you can. Just make the game good. We're going to lock it behind the PlayStation 6. You know what I mean? I guess what I'm just saying is Sony can do that if they choose to. And the upside to them doing that is they will fucking move a lot of PlayStation 6 units. They will move probably more PlayStation 6 units than they are PS5 units because they're actively trying to make exclusives again. And yeah, it'll go to PC a couple years later maybe. But I don't know, man. I just get the feeling that I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying that I have this kind of hunch that they're going to give it one more real shot now that Xbox is out of the picture. That's the important part to note here. Now that Xbox, because Sony is not going in to the next generation at the PlayStation 6 looking at the Xbox console as a threat. They're not. They'll pay attention to it, they'll keep an eye on it, and they'll monitor it, but they're not worried oh man, what if they come out? No, they're not, because fuck, why would they be? Microsoft basically did what Sony was trying to do this whole time, which is we're trying to end their console and get them out of here. Microsoft did it themselves. So if you're Sony, I really think that, I guess what I'm trying to say is I would not be surprised if the strategy that Sony has for the PlayStation 6 is the opposite of what we saw with the PS5, where they are going to make it abundantly clear to everyone, you're going to upgrade. You're going to move on from the PS5. But I don't know. Things have changed, and there's no denying that, but it's just an interesting thought, It's an interesting thought. Who knows? Maybe I'm totally wrong and it'll be the opposite. Everything will be cross-gen. Everything. All right. Sorry, Kyle. I missed your other super chat here. You're saying, I will skip the PlayStation 6, taking note that PS4 games are still landing. The leap must be so huge that I must be able to smell the environments to take that dip. Yeah, well, that's what I mean, dude. Think about it. Let me ask you this, Kyle. What you're saying here is that you would need a leap that really makes you feel like, holy shit, I need a PlayStation 6. That is next gen, right? I need that next gen excitement. That stuff that's just simply not possible on PlayStation 5. Excuse me. And I get that. I think that's what everybody ultimately wants. But let's just say that that's not possible. But what if instead Sony shows you, here's Bloodborne Remake, PS6 only. Here's Santa Monica's new IP, PS6 only. Here's The Naughty Dog's new IP, PS6 only. Here's our new horror AAA game, PS6 only. Here's, uh, God, I don't know, Physant from Kojima, PS6 only. And it's just like Sony's just coming out and they're like PS6 only, PS6 only, PS6 only. What do you like? What are you gonna do? Like, are you gonna stay on PS5 and be like, nah, I'm good? Or are you gonna upgrade to the PlayStation 6 to play these games? Because I'll tell you right now, dude, I think people are gonna upgrade. But I don't know. We do have to consider, wow, Sony, okay, you're making all your games PlayStation 6 only, but I can still play the new COD on my PS5. I can still play all my sports games on my PS5. I can still play Fortnite on my PS5. MBG, can I answer? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, man. I can still play GTA 6 on my PS5. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I would love to be a fly on the wall to know what they're strategizing right now because dude, it's so unclear. It's so unclear. Who knows? The price of the PS6 would factor in that decision. Yeah, I mean the economic realities of of the time definitely will factor in. If you were a fly, would you be able to hear? I don't know. Yeah, good question. I don't know. MBG Sony's earnings tomorrow. Get ready for news. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me, Irfan. Yeah, I hope we get some interesting insight. I don't know. I guess I'm just saying this because I think Sony's original approach, truly to the PS5, was going to be a very aggressive, like we're going to make everything PS5 only. And I think that they felt they had no choice but to back off of that because, again, man, like 2021, 2022, people couldn't buy PS5s. So it's like, well, do we keep GT7 a PS5 only game, knowing that, you know, we could be going into 2023 with, it's still in a shortage. I mean, at that point, I don't blame anybody. Like, no, dude, release that shit on PS4 right now. To be honest, I think Sony was maybe even possibly considering making Spider-Man 2 cross-gen. I wouldn't be surprised if they were considering that as like a, kind of break glass in case of emergency type situation because it wasn't until 2023 that Sony knew, okay, the shortage is over now. Like it's finally ending. And, what if it didn't? They probably would have said, we got to get this on PS4. It's just something worth thinking about. I just can't help but wonder how this generation would have played out if there never was a pandemic and not even a pandemic because I mean that's of course everybody wishes there wasn't a pandemic, but I'm just saying like if there was never a shortage issue, like from the moment the PS5 launched, it was never out of stock, and anybody one could buy one. Like I just genuinely wonder how that would have changed Sony's overall strategy. It's also worth noting that Jim Ryan's not going to be leading the PlayStation 6. It's going to be actually it's not going to be Herman Hulst. It's Hideaki Nishino. Hideaki Nishino is going to be leading the PlayStation 6. Interestingly enough, how does he feel about it? Because he's the one that's going to make the decisions. He makes the platform decisions. Hideaki Nishino might go back to the old ways, bro. He might come back out and be like, PS6 only, bitches. Hideaki's about to cook, bro. Cypherpunk. You're saying here Sony will always cater to the previous gen. Why there will never really be a proper next gen. Old gens are always going to hold it back. Yeah. Yeah, I mean you're probably right. I don't know. Like think of it this way though. Maybe Sony looks at it as if they can spearhead the sales of the PlayStation 6. I mean, they're like, listen, let's get the PlayStation 6 to like 15. Hold on. Let me see. So, hold on. So check this out. The Nintendo Switch, which has been on the market since 2017, is far and away the most successful of the new consoles. It sold 17.8 million units in 1 year, putting it just ahead of the PS5's first year. The PS5 sold 17.3 million. So the Switch sells 17.8 million in its first year. The PS5 sells 17.3 million. What if Sony takes this crazy bullish approach where they're like, we are going to get 25 million sales in the first year of the PlayStation 6. We're going to shoot for 25 million. And the only way you do that is you fucking bombard people, dude. Like, here are all these games, and there's only one way you're getting them. I'm just saying I could see Sony taking that approach, man. But on the other hand though, maybe not. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way, because on the other hand, Sony could be looking at it as, well, damn, if we can sell like over 17 million units in 1 year while still doing cross-gen, then what's the problem? Clearly, people will still buy consoles even if it's cross-gen. But see, that where I think things get tough here, and this is something that's worth considering, what hurt Sony the most this generation, other than the sales shortage? I'll tell you what it was. It was their marketing. We believe in generations. GT7 is PS5 only. Actually, no, it's not. You know, like, Sony, you could tell this was Sony's first time doing a cross-gen transition, because their marketing was frankly not good. Like, their marketing was amazing at the initial reveal of the PS5, because they didn't say shit about PS4. With their initial reveal of the PS5, they basically took the approach like, it's all PS5. And that's what they made everybody think. And then the next year of marketing, the next year and a half of marketing, was basically trying to massage people into the idea that, well, not all of it's going to be PS5. And actually, by the end of it, like, most of it's not going to be just PS5. And that hurt them, dude. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but that hurt their that's how Jim Ryan got the moniker, you know, Jim Lion Ryan. It wasn't a good look. And it made it seem like they were only half committed to the new gen. And I guess the one major benefit that Sony would get if they decided not to go cross-gen is they won't have to deal with that again. Like, they will be able to truly commit and say, no, next gen, PS6, we're all in. Like, if they say we believe in generations, like, they'll actually mean it this time. Although I know that was taken out of context, and I know people still today try to say, like, that's not really what he meant if you read what he said, and I get it. But you know what I'm saying? Where, like, GT8 is actually PS6 only. It's not coming to PS5. I think that would, dude, I'm telling you, I think that would work. I think people would be like, okay, I'm going to upgrade. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely off the mark. Maybe it's going to be the opposite. You know what? Yeah, I don't know. The more I think about it, because you know what else I'm forgetting? I'm also forgetting that, like, dude, we're at a point in time where Sony is releasing games on PlayStation 5 and PC at the same time, like multiplayer games. So, yeah, if anything, that makes it even less likely. We have Treble Champ here saying the only way PlayStation 6 is as big as PS5 is if it's a handheld that the market is only getting bigger and people don't want to be strapped to a TV. Or you're saying if it's a handheld, that market is only getting bigger and people don't want to be strapped to a TV. Mm. Well, it does make you wonder if Sony could do some kind of crazy. I mean, I say it's crazy. It's not crazy. It would be for Sony, but if they take a hybrid approach of some kind, if not a hybrid, a dual approach where it's like, here's the PlayStation 6 home console, the most powerful machine on the market, outside of PC. And who knows, by the time it comes out, it'll have like maybe some cutting edge technology in it. And games are going to look fucking insane. And they're going to run insane. And then we have a companion, like the PlayStation 6 Lite, which is essentially a handheld. And the only difference will be, well, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, fuck, I don't know. Maybe that wouldn't work. Well, see, what's weird though. Here's what makes things so weird is apparently Sony is making a handheld. That's what's so weird. So we're gonna have like a PlayStation 6 that's ultra super advanced. And then we're going to have a handheld, but like it can't play PS6 games. I don't know, man. I don't get paid enough. Like Sony isn't paying me to come up with this shit, Like I don't want to think too hard about it cuz if it was, it's not my job cuz I'm starting to get stressed thinking about it. I don't know what to do. So I don't envy Sony's position here. I don't. They have to really think about how they want to handle the next generation. For as well as as Jim Ryan did with the PS5 transition, we also have to acknowledge that there were some stumbles and some fumbles, and it wasn't as smooth as it could have been. And it wasn't all Jim Ryan's fault. Of course, I mentioned the PR problems, but I mean the pandemic and the shortage definitely didn't help. So. Maybe Sony will do something crazy with the PlayStation 6. Full backwards compatibility. Kyle is saying MBG Sony's way too invested in getting back compat working to want to move away from PS5 when the PS6 launches. My next upgrade will be a PS6 Pro if I do move over. Interesting. MBG, take a look at the first PS5 games launch titles in 2021. Notice a pattern. They're lower budget games due to a lack of install base. None of those are $200 million games. It's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, shit. Miles Morales was PS4 from the start. Horizon didn't come out till... Well, actually, yeah, Horizon got delayed until February or March, I think, of 2022. That's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. Well, yeah, you know what though? But here's where things get all jumbled up, in my opinion. You're absolutely correct, and that is important. Like, that's an important pattern to acknowledge. But we do also have to keep in mind that was Jim Ryan. And the biggest thing we really have because listen, one thing that was made clear when Jim Ryan became the CEO of PlayStation, because he transitioned into CEO like just as the next gen was starting, what we knew is that, okay, he's doing things differently. And it was a shock. Jim was like the first one to even put games on the PC. He was the first PlayStation CEO to like talk about cross-gen games. And everybody was like, holy shit, okay, this guy's doing things very differently than any other PlayStation CEO. This is why I'm saying, like, we basically have three different outcomes for, I will just say Hideaki Nishino, or Hideki. I keep saying his name wrong, I think. Is it Hideki or Hideaki? I think it's Hideaki, right? But Mr. Nishino, he's the head of platform over there. He's the CEO of the PlayStation platform now. It's really interesting because I feel like he's kind of like he's like working in the shadows, I feel like most people are focused on Herman Hulst, as he's the CEO of the PlayStation Studios of the creative side. It's Hideaki. Okay, so that is the right way to say it. One of three things is going to happen. Either he's going to, number one, follow Jim Ryan's footsteps. Jim Ryan started this new approach with PlayStation, and he's going to follow that and grow it further. That's option number one. Option number two is he's going to go back. He's going to look towards past PlayStation CEOs or past business strategies and kind of revert back to that, believing it would actually benefit the PlayStation console and brand more so than the direction Jim was going in. Or number three, and this would be the most interesting because it would be the most unexpected, Hideaki Nishino could be planning something all his own. That's just like, whoa, okay, the age of Nishino is upon us, where it's like, this is even crazier than I could have imagined. That's possible as well. Console, PC, mobile. Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. Waylark, you're saying shareholders would say no to having only one gen. Yeah. I mean, it's all about those shareholders, right? Does it even matter at this point though? Because shareholders are running off scared now anyway. The market is like collapsing globally. So it's like, I don't know, man. I think at this point in time, Sony needs to truly do what they like. They need to not, obviously they're beholden to the shareholders, but they need to make decisions like based off like truly, what do you really think is going to lead to the best outcome here long term? We have Cloud Knight with a generous $20 donation. Thank you so much for that, buddy. Really appreciate the support. You're saying, with Sony clearly looking to widen their reach into new markets, do you believe that Xbox getting an early lead in multi-platform subscriptions and services will pose a potential problem for PlayStation, notably in cloud gaming / mobile? It's a great question. Well, I actually, truthfully, I don't think so. And the reason being is because I feel like we watched this happen with like cloud, right? It seems to me like no video game platform holder has really truly been successful at getting capturing a market that's interested in cloud like as big as they would want, right? Like that market just isn't really there yet. And Microsoft was, well, ironically enough, Sony was the first one with Gaikai. I think people really started to recognize cloud gaming with Microsoft and xCloud, but ironically enough, it was Sony that was like, "We're here first, guys. You can stream PS3 games with PS Now," and everybody's just like, "What? No, who cares?" But then, a couple years later, Microsoft comes out. That's more than a couple years, but sometime after, Microsoft comes out and they're like, "Look, we're getting in the cloud, xCloud. We're going to use our Acer servers. We're going to get real serious about it." And suddenly people are like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, this could be something." But then, as it all turns out, like, I don't know if things have changed, but the last time I saw there was a comparison made between how games run on xCloud versus how Sony's cloud streaming is. Because now you can do, Sony caught up, right? You can cloud stream PS5 games. You can still do PS3 games. But apparently, Sony actually did a better job. Like, you can, like, the latency is not as bad on streaming PS5 games, and it's actually reaching higher resolutions at times. But it's still like one of these things where it's like, but who really cares? Like some people maybe, but we're talking about like wider market. Here's what I think. Because the one thing you're pointing out here, Cloud Knight, that I think is important to acknowledge is Sony and Microsoft both have the same broader objective, and that is to expand into new markets and widen, the potential market for Xbox, for PlayStation. But I think that both of these companies are going to. I think we've seen both of these companies struggle to really penetrate these new markets in the way that, like, when they talk to their investors and when they talk to the shareholders and they talk about like, oh yeah, here's what we're gonna do. It's like it sounds so grand, but it's like look at Sony with the live service, right? I mean, you could say that Sony's live service struggles and pitfalls are actually just the other side of the same coin as Microsoft's Game Pass prioritization. We've talked extensively about Game Pass and how Microsoft wants so desperately to like make that the thing and to get up there with like not tens of millions, but like 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 million subscribers eventually to be the Netflix of gaming. And we've been following it for many years now, and it's like it's not working. It's not growing. It's stagnating. And when we whittle it down to the bare bones, it's like it seems like this may have failed ultimately. Like you still have a lot of subscribers. Yeah, like 30 million, 35 million. It's not nothing, but it's not anywhere near your ambitious goal of like we really want to hit that new market. We want to, we want to hit the billions of gamers out there, right? Or we want to turn people into gamers, have billions of gamers, reach the widest possible market. It just didn't work. And then we look at Sony. Sony kind of had that exact same ambition, but just with a different strategy, which is rather than do it through a gaming subscription, we're going to do it through live service. Now, granted, they did seemingly find major success with Helldivers 2, but outside of that, everything else seemingly has been a failure. Multiple projects canceled. The most promising project they probably had in The Last of Us canceled. Spider-Man Online. I mean, goddamn. Regardless of how shitty that may have been, it would have made money. It would have had mass broad appeal, dude. Spider-Man GTA Online. That was their pitch. Canceled. So it just seems to me like all we continue to see from these companies is them desperately trying to show constant, perpetual growth to their investors. Because if they don't, they're afraid their investors are going to leave. And I don't think this is a healthy, sustainable way of doing things. Of course, you want growth. You don't want constant stagnation, perpetual stagnation. You certainly don't want to see a company, you want to see things shrink. But I really do think that these companies, Microsoft and Sony, but mainly focused on Sony now, but Microsoft as well, it just seems to me like none of these companies are committed to a real, true, viable, long-term strategy. And anytime they may try, like I feel like Phil Spencer, truthfully, as hard as I've been on Phil all these years, I will give him this. I do believe Phil went into Game Pass with the long-term mentality. Like it's okay if it takes 15 years. It will get there. And maybe Microsoft still is backing him up on that. But you could kind of tell that like once it kind of hit that roadblock of like, all right, it's been like 6 years on now, 7 years on, and it's really not growing. So, Microsoft as a business, driven by the shareholders, are going to question like, what's going on here? This is just burning money now. If it's not growing, it's burning money. And we're going to have to figure it out. And that's where, I will say I think Microsoft is committed to Game Pass in the long run. And I think that was proven by their Activision acquisition. Just highly risky, but dedication nonetheless. Commitment to that. Sony, on the other hand, their situation is a bit more precarious because it's like, okay, you're all in with these live services. You're starting to put some of your games on PC. You still have many of your studios working on single player games, but it's like, I don't know. Do we consider Sony's live service endeavors a success or not? You know, I think that really probably depends on who you ask. But if there's one thing I do know is that during Sony's last earnings, if they didn't release Helldivers 2, like if that was just a thing that didn't really exist and it wasn't positioned as a live service, and it wasn't something they invested in, Sony would have had a section of their earnings missing. And it's a huge section. We sold 12 million copies of Helldivers 2 in 3 months. But exactly, that's the thing, Jay. It's like, that's great. Holy shit. Like if you're an investor, I don't know. I'm not trying to talk shitty to investors, but it just seems to me like investors, a lot of times, they're there to make money off of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate or with a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Some of the questions that they ask, some of them are good, but a lot, because I remember like tuning in to the investors meeting, the last one with Sony, and I was listening to the investor questions, but some of them are just like, you don't understand the gaming market, do you? At all. And it's always so painful to have to hear, and granted, I mean, this is their job, this is why they get paid the big bucks, but to hear like Herman Hulst explain to like investors who are, worried about just making their money, like why this strategy isn't working, or why they have to take this specific route with this strategy. And it's always just weird to see that, because you can just tell that there's this uncomfortable friction that always exists, where it's like, it just seems like nobody's willing to really hunker down and commit to something to a degree where it's like, we will make this work because this is the best strategy for us. Like, and this is, I think, why there was a mass erosion. If you look at Microsoft, right? Microsoft back with the Xbox One in the middle of that generation, 2015, 2016, 2017, it was just a mass erosion, because you could just tell, like, Microsoft, specifically the Xbox team, wanted to continue down a certain path, but they were not allowed to. They were not allowed to. Let's stick to the console. Let's stick to exclusives. Let's stick to funding these games, and let's make it work. Let's figure it out. Let's commit to that. No, you need a different strategy. You need something brand new. Why? Because the investors are not going to be okay with you guys just losing money for the next 5 to 6 years while you figure it out. And I get it, man. I get it. It's all about the losses. I'm getting a little bit off track with your. It's just because I think it's a good question you ask, and it really makes me think. It really makes me think in a zoomed out way, like, what exactly are these companies trying to achieve with their gaming brands? And it seems fairly obvious to me that the only goal they have in mind anymore collectively is, we just want as many people as possible. That's it. We just want as many people. And I get that, but I also feel like we're losing something slowly but surely along the way, as we continue to see that path, just be carved out relentlessly by every company, where it's just like, I'm not saying it's all bad, but for a company like Sony specifically, there is this real genuine fear, dude, that like, I mean, we've been sitting here for like a year and a half or more. What about that next PlayStation showcase, man? And we're like terrified. At least I am, that like they're gonna, if like either A, they're not gonna do one, or B, they're gonna fuck it up again. And this is just where I'm like, this is what happens. This is the result of you're too worried about what if we report a little bit of a loss to our, our fucking shareholders. It's like, yeah, we can't have that. Okay, well, what do we need? We need live service. We need it now. We need to promise our shareholders 12 live service games, and we're going to make a bunch of money. Meanwhile, the fucking fan base, the people, the fans that literally got you to this point, that you won over, are looking at you being like, what are you doing? Not fully, but it's like, why are you guys so focused on this shit? It's an awkward thing to witness, man. And, this whole idea of expanding further and further and further, it's like the idea of the walls coming down and welcoming in more people, that's fine. But listen, I don't say this to be... I know that what I'm about to say, no matter what, is going to come off as toxic, but I hope that people are mature enough to understand the nuance behind what I'm saying. I don't mean it in a toxic way. I just think it's a necessary thing in life, and it's been proven time and time again. And it goes well beyond video games. But I do think just a little bit of gatekeeping goes a long way. And I'm not talking about the toxic type of gatekeeping. It's like, you can't have my thing. No, but I just mean like, listen, if you spent a large chunk of time and money building something a certain way, the idea of just, you know what, let's just let everybody in and do what they want with it. And that's it. They'll just do that. Maybe a terrible analogy there, but I just think that there has to be this kind of balance of like, you can't chase people. You can, but I think it's unwise to chase people who are not interested, to chase them aggressively. I understand the whole point is we need to try to bring new people in. We need to try to broaden our appeal. I get that. That is 100% necessary. But I just feel like you gotta let it happen more naturally and more organically. And if you don't, I think we see a lot of these, we see so many failures these days. Why are we seeing so many failures today? So many failures. There are successes, but there are seemingly more failures now. It's because that's what it's all about, dude. That's what it's been about for like the past 10 years. We got to chase this. We got to chase that. We got to chase this market. We got to chase that market. Meanwhile, there's like a whole market. By the way, when I say failures, I'm not really talking about PlayStation exclusively. I'm just talking about the broader gaming industry, where we're just seeing these different things come out where it's like, who asked for this? Literally nobody. Actually, investors probably asked for this. And the investors are fucking clueless. The investors see another company over there that got, they're looking at Epic Games and Fortnite and being like, Sony, why can't you do that? And Sony knows why the fuck they can't do Fortnite. We know why the fuck they can't do Fortnite, but the investors can't get it through their heads. They're like, no, you can do a Fortnite. If they can, you can. We want that money. And Sony, they're and same with, it's like all these other companies, man. It's just like, well, yeah, I mean, we got to try. Maybe it'll work. It's sad, man. It's sad because again, I really hope because the investors don't know. At least a lot of them. And that's what makes me sad. It's like, when the investors see something like Helldivers 2 succeed, they don't know why it succeeded. They're just like, oh, you did it, Sony. Meanwhile, you know what we know? And you know what a lot of the creatives inside of Sony also know? That, holy shit, that wasn't supposed to happen. But why did it happen? Well, if we look a little bit deeper, it becomes more clear. Helldivers 2 succeeded the way it did because those developers at Arrowhead, let me tell you, they didn't give a single fuck what the market wanted. They didn't care about industry trends. They just said, this game, we're making it for a certain group of people. They're the same group of developers that said a game that's made for everyone is a game that's made for no one or something like that. And it just proves time and time again that, like, this is what's needed, man. Like, something that feels genuine and real and not superficial, like it's just being made for the sake of we want to appeal to the broadest possible market and cast the widest net for the sake of our bottom line because of our investors. Same thing with Elden Ring, by the way. Same exact situation, man. Elden Ring was not supposed to be anywhere near as successful as it was. It just wasn't. But there's a reason why it ended up that way. It's because the market people gravitated towards it because they appreciated the fact that, holy shit, this game is not trying to just bullshit its way or just copy its way to the top. It's unapologetically like, this is what we fucking made, and we really don't care if you have a problem with it. We hope you like it, but there you go. Yeah. Anyway, you really got me going there, Cloud Knight. Got to vote with your wallets. Long story short. Let's not forget Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, exactly. Baldur's Gate 3 is another great example. And I guess it just kind of shocks me sometimes to see that there are video game companies that absolutely have way more potential to do better than they are by just simply not trying to chase the trends. And I do worry. Like, I do worry about Sony doing that sometimes, I mean, occasionally it's going to happen. But Cypherpunk, you're saying, I've been using GeForce Now Ultimate for cloud gaming recently. It's been amazing. All games running on ultimate settings. Yeah, you were telling me about this, Cypherpunk. I can say that I don't have any personal hands-on experience with GeForce Now, but from what I've heard, it actually is really good. And if that, like, I don't know if it has like mass appeal or more wide stream appeal, but it could, if as the technology advances, as more and more people are not looking to purchase hardware, cloud becomes a more viable option as the years go on. And we'll see. We'll see if in the future something like GeForce Now ends up really being like a powerhouse, Same thing with Sony's cloud and Microsoft's xCloud. Perfect Image, you're saying cloud gaming could work if these games don't vanish if I'm not going to continue to buy physical games that I like buying online. What if they delete my games like the Xbox 360? Yeah, with the Xbox 360 marketplace shutting down, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think that's just a risk that if you're considering buying games digitally at all, it's just a risk you have to be okay with, where like there is no promise. There just isn't. Like, if you buy a game digitally, I don't think I'm going to buy Black Myth Wukong digitally, right? I'm not doing so being like, what if this game gets taken from me one day? Like, no, I would buy it physically if I could, but I'm not like I will get everything out of that game that I want. But I'm ultimately doing so agreeing to the terms that if for whatever reason Sony decides they want to strip that game from me, they can. Like, I'm agreeing to that. And I think that's what everybody needs to realize when you are signing up for these, platforms and buying these games. You are agreeing that at the end of the day, these companies can do that. It's like you're agreeing to that. But it's also this kind of balance of like, but why would they do that? Because we have to keep in mind that their goal is to make money from as many customers as possible. So when we talk about the idea of games just going away and games being deleted, and look, I'm not here to talk about game preservation. That's a whole nother topic, and that's a whole nother issue in the games industry. But if you're just talking about from the consumer perspective where like you don't want your things taken from you, you always have to try to keep in mind that like these companies they don't want to take things from you. Like in the sense that if you paid for it, especially with something that they can keep making money from you off of, like, if you buy a game that does have microtransactions or something, they definitely don't want to take it from you because you're a paying customer. And they would only do so under the most extreme circumstances. And if you're talking about the idea of like, well, I bought this game many, many years ago and now it's being removed or whatever, or like I invested in this storefront and now the storefront's shutting down. I mean, listen, if a whole storefront is shutting down, you got to ask yourself, how did we get to this point? Like when we talk about the Xbox 360 store shutting down, it's like, I mean, look, I can only speak for myself, dude. I have not interacted with the Xbox 360 store in like probably 15 years or something, or like 13 years or whatever. And I had no plans of ever doing so for any reason whatsoever. And I'm pretty sure that remains true for like 99% of people. So it's like, I get it from like a more principled standpoint where it's like, well, still they shouldn't do it. It's like, well, yeah, but I don't know, man. I just think about it from the other perspective as well, where it's like, if everybody moved on to the new store, if everybody moved on to the new storefront and it's a whole different generation of games on top of it, and there's like less than 1% of people hanging around in this old storefront. Yeah, like it sucks for that like 0.001% of people where it's like, what the fuck? But I'm sure even they are aware, like, yeah, but nobody's here, I don't know. I think this is why generations are going to end, truthfully, because it's like, yeah, that is a kind of awkward situation that we don't want to continue to see happen. And the only way that we get to a point where that doesn't continue to happen is we just have a permanent storefront that does go, ironically enough, beyond generations, right? It's fake outrage, probably. Waylark, you're saying been buying digital since PS3 and have not had a problem. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's my whole thing with physical games. Like, I'm not one of these people where it's like, I don't want these companies taking my stuff. Like, I'm not. I get it. I understand that these companies don't give a flying F about me. And if they could give me nothing and get money in return, they would prefer it that way. I understand that. So I'm not just like, do whatever you want and I'm fine with it. No, it's just like, I don't know. I think it's just all about finding some kind of reasonable middle ground where it's like, yeah, I've bought games digitally and they're still there. And most of them I haven't touched since I bought them and beat them. So it's like, the truth is some of these games could have been deleted and I would have never known. I would have only known if the day came, and I guess that's the point that people bring up, right? Where it's like, oh, I want to go back and play this game. It's like, oh, it's not there. But it's like, what are the chances of that? What are the chances that 10 years from now, no, 20 years from now, if I buy I'm buying Black Myth Wukong digitally. What are the chances that 20 years from now, I'm not going to be able to, like, under my account that I have, assuming I never got banned, hopefully I won't. What are the chances that I'm not going to be able to access that game? I mean, realistically, well, I guess the world could end. And that's the thing, right? Like, if that happens, like, hey, nobody can access anything anymore because it's over. Humanity's over, bro. But realistically, it's like, no, I'm pretty sure 20 years from now, I will be able to log in on my PlayStation account. And if I want to re-download and reinstall or stream, because again, we're talking 20 years in the future, or stream Black Myth Wukong, it will be there. Because the only way I could imagine that not being the case is if something so cataclysmic happens to Sony PlayStation, where it's like 20 years from now, PlayStation isn't going to exist. Which is like, that's like an impossibility. You know, that's just like not, again, unless the whole world itself ended. I don't think that's possible. So I don't blame people who feel more comfortable these days buying games digitally. And I think the truth is, like, you know, I mean, let's face it, man. Like, some people make it sound like they're going to be taking their physical games to the afterlife with them. It's like, listen, I get it. Maybe you want to pass it down or whatever, but like, I'm pretty, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's how the afterlife works. Like, it's like, yeah, you're in the afterlife now. Whatever you collected in real life, it's up here too, saved in the cloud. You know, it's saved in the cloud. Somebody's gonna clip that. I don't know. I still care about physical games. I'll be honest with you, at this point in time, I think I've come to accept that my attachment to physical games might be mostly nostalgia driven. Because when I actually think to myself, like, yeah, the Egyptians were right. When I think to myself, like, you know, what really is stopping me from just deciding to go all digital? It's not some kind of like fear. Like, it's not fear driven. Like I won't own my games. I mean, technically, yes, I won't. Like, on the most technical sense or a technical level, but it's mainly just because, I don't know. I've talked to you guys about this before. There's like this immense sense of satisfaction, and I think that's where the nostalgia factor comes in. Where it's like, it feels so satisfying because it kind of scratches that nostalgic itch. Where it's like, there's just no better feeling than getting a brand new game in the cellophane wrap. Unwrap it, and you have a tangible item. It feels more gratifying. It feels more satisfying. But at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is, I put that disc in my console. I don't see the disc, and that game case goes on a shelf. And that's, I can see the shelf and I can see the case and I can admire that. But when I'm engaged with that video game, none of that actually exists. You know what I mean? Hey, stop biting my Ethernet cable. Well, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. In that moment, it may as well not exist. Like, when I'm immersed in, like, I have Helldivers 2 physically, right? When I'm playing that game and I'm like an hour and a half into that game and I'm like fucking in the zone, like, dude, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if I own that game physically or digitally. It doesn't matter if there's a disc in my console or not. I could be fucking streaming the game for all I care. As long as I don't notice the latency, none of that matters, because the only thing that really matters in that moment is that gameplay experience. But it's when it's over, right? That's when all these other things start to kind of come into play, where it's like, and maybe, look, I don't know how it is for you guys, but when I think about video games for me, I do think about more than just the actual gameplay experience. Like, that is the meat and potatoes. That is the end all be all, right? Without that, there's nothing. But there is ultimately more to it. So then I start to think about something like a physical game collection. Then I start to think about, accessories and peripherals and digital storefronts and all. I start to think about these things more deeply, because there's more. It depends on how deep you are into it, how layered it is for you. Because for, I think, a lot of people out there, gaming is only one layer. It's, what fucking games am I playing? Doesn't matter how I access them. Doesn't matter where I'm playing them. Doesn't matter whether they're physical, digital, or whatever. None of that matters. It's just like, where am I playing? Where am I playing with my friends? That matters to me as well. But there's just more layers to it. And maybe those layers will fade as I get older. That seems to be another thing that happens. But we have another super chat. I'm sorry, Cloud Knight, keeping you waiting. You're saying, I didn't mean to get you so sidetracked, LOL, but I'm very interested in cloud gaming myself. I used Stadia when it existed. I also use Amazon Luna now and would like to see PS do more with cloud. All right, guys, I'm breaking my rule really quick. I'm going to answer that, Cloud Knight. I got to break my rule. I'm going to give Boss some treats, even though, guys, we got 0 members today. What are you guys doing? I'm just kidding, but I'm going to break the rule, and I'm just going to give him something because he's chewing my wires, okay? He's chewing my wires, and I need him to stop. So I'm giving him some. Don't worry, boss. I still got you, bro. I just need him to stop chewing my wires. Like, he's trying to chew my Ethernet cable, and I can't have him doing that shit. If he chews through that Ethernet cable, the stream's cooked. I can't get... Uh-oh. I can't get the case on. All right, but Cloud Knight, it's okay, man. I appreciate your super chat. It's fine that I get it. I don't mind getting sidetracked by super chats, because if I get sidetracked by super chats, it means I'm genuinely very interested in, in the topic or the question or the statement or whatever is being brought up. It's interesting me enough to go deeper into it. Of course, some of the topics I plan on talking about, or articles, I should say, maybe take a back seat, but I appreciate that. I'm engaged at that point. But when it comes to cloud gaming, man, that's interesting. It's interesting that you're interested in it so deeply. You're definitely not the only one. And for me personally, I don't want that to be how I play games in the long-term future. I don't want to say it's not possible. Anything's possible. Anything's possible, right? Like 20, 25 years from now, who the hell knows? Who knows if I'll even be playing video? I assume I'll be playing video games. But if there's one thing I do feel very sure of, is that cloud gaming will continue to be a major factor from now on. It's always going to be a major factor from this point forward, because, the technology is just going to improve. Cloud gaming 10 or 15 years from now is going to be nothing like it is now. It's going to probably be a night and day difference. You're going to be getting shit beamed right to your TV, and who knows? Who knows, right? Like, I just know that it's not going anywhere. And I do think it's going to become much more relevant for Sony, for Microsoft. And in the long term, there's only one thing, though, that I think is a little bit different. Like, people, I think, in their mind have this idea that video games, they're going to go the exact same route that music and movies have gone. And I don't know that that's true. Maybe it is, but right now I'm not entirely sure that that's true, because the one thing about video games that is very distinct and different that movies nor music can really replicate in the same way is you need to be engaged with them directly. They are interactive. Like, you are directly interacting. That is what makes it a video game. And you can simplify that as much as you want, where you're just pressing a button on your remote, sure, but you're still interacting. And people who... It's interesting when you think about the difference between, like, mobile casual gaming and, like, more hardcore gaming, right? Or even, I know, like, if people look at sports games and, like, Call of Duty, like, oh, those are casual games. But if you think about it, compared to mobile games, not really. Like, they're still pretty deeply layered, and have a high level of interaction. And it just seems to me like this is the major differentiating factor, that even if cloud gaming becomes so seamless, there's still always going to have to be an extra layer of commitment that a person is going to have to make. Unless, people are born and they get chips into their brain where it's like you can actually just control a video game by looking at your screen. Sure, maybe then. The investment was made right up front when you agreed to, when your parents allowed a chip to be installed into your brain. I don't fucking know. But for now, you need a controller. You need an input device. You need a keyboard and mouse. You need something to be able to interact with the game. And I think that has to be the biggest the biggest separating factor that could potentially stop it. Where it's like, even look at what Microsoft's doing now. Where it's like, we're on Fire Stick now, bro. You don't need anything. You just need this little dongle that plugs right into your TV. That's all you need. And you need a controller. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you need the controller, and you have to hook it up and set it up, and that's it. I don't know, man. I just feel like that, like, as ridiculous as it may sound, I feel like that is what is going to stop things like that potentially. Where, yes, you could say, well, in order to engage with Netflix or shows on your television, you need a remote. That's true. You need a remote. But what do? You click a couple of buttons on that remote, and then you put it down and you just relax. That's not video games. Video games are like the opposite. It's not just a remote. It's more complex than a remote, and it requires you to do the opposite. Well, I don't want to say the opposite of relax. You can relax playing video games, but you have to engage. You have to. And that's why I just think that, the most trivial pursuit that shareholders have, or that these companies have, that's clearly driven by the shareholders, getting back to what I was saying, the most trivial pursuit is this idea that we need gaming to, like, be as accessible as movies, music, and TV. And it's like never going to happen. And if it did already happen, listen, because I know what somebody might say, well, what about mobile gaming? Right? Mobile gaming is that. And that may be true, but think about it. Think about the difference of picking up a phone, playing a mobile game, versus sitting down on your PC and playing a game on Steam, or sitting down and playing a game on console on your sofa with a controller in hand. There's just, it's almost like they're two separate categories. I mean, they basically are two separate categories. Where I would even say that you can't just bunch them together. Like gaming, mobile gaming and console gaming and PC gaming. It's like, no, gaming should have two separate categories: mobile gaming and traditional gaming. That's I think how it should be categorized, simply because they're too different. They're just too different. And I know that there's this idea that eventually they're going to merge, but I don't think they are. I don't think they are. Because they're already merging and it's not working. Hey, you can play Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil Remake and Death Stranding on your fucking iPhone. Isn't that awesome? Nobody cares? Oh, why doesn't anybody care? Because, dude, people absolutely want those games. They don't fucking want them on their phone. You see what I'm saying? That's why you have to call it the traditional gaming experience. Meanwhile, it's not that people aren't interested in gaming on their phone. It's just they are, but they want it to be very bare bones, very simple, just almost like a time killer, not something they actually care about and get invested in, seemingly. Okay, you're saying late to the stream, but hope your day is well, MBG. Well, thank you for that, man. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. And it's okay that you're late to the stream. I'm just glad you're here, I'm just going on and on at this point. I'm just thinking about the industry more holistically here, and it is about PlayStation, but maybe a little bit less so. I mean, well, PlayStation is like, one of the biggest entities in gaming. MBG, I may open a mobile game once a week, once a month, but I play my console 3-4 times a week. That's what I mean, man. Like, I think they're just two completely separate things, and that's okay. That's okay. It's you know what it is? It's like the difference between I'm going to sit down and watch a series or watch a movie versus I'm going to just consume a couple of shorts or TikToks or whatever, I think that's the difference. And yes, they both are video content, but they could not, like the market and who you're trying to appeal to couldn't be more different, because they're depending on what people gravitate towards, their expectations are entirely different. Kids today prefer mobile, says Cypherpunk. Yeah, and I don't know, man. This is where I hope that things don't skew too far in one direction. I think that's a natural thing that's going to happen. But like my son, for example, his first interaction with a game was on a phone, on an iPhone, just like playing. I don't even know what it was, playing something random, some kind of. Actually, I think is like a uh one of these um learning games. They have like these apps and stuff for kids where you download it and they have like a bunch of custom games that are like educational and stuff. It's like, there's a whole educational aspect to it, of course. But that's like his first ever engagement with a digital video game, like a digital game of some kind. But now he's a little bit older, and I'm getting him to start playing on console a little bit because he's showing interest in, like, he sees me playing, and Mrs. MBG plays too sometimes, and he notices. And so I was like, "What game do you want to play?" And he shows interest in Plants vs Zombies, um, Garden Warfare, and I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna download it, and I'm gonna give him the controller." And he like his hand, I don't even think he can't even like fully hold the controller properly, right? Because he's still so little, but he still is like figuring out. He's like navigating it slowly and awkwardly, but he's figuring it out. And it's like, to me, that's really cool, because it's like, I want to me, it's an important thing where I grew up playing games in that way, and I want to kind of pass that on a little bit, where it's like, to me, this is a more traditional way of engaging with games, where I grew up with a console and a controller, and that's where I started, and you could start here. And like, I don't just want him to be playing games on an iPad only, or a smartphone only, because to me, it's like, I feel my whole thing with that is, I feel like you're going to be missing something major, something awesome that as your father, I would not want you to miss out on that. Fred, you're saying I have Paw Patrol and Construction Simulator with my oldest, and he enjoys sitting in my lap and playing the games. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's I think it's cool to introduce, the younger generation to gaming in this way, because of course, like, mobile gaming will always be there and always play a part. And like, it's like, to me, it's almost no different than, again, if we're looking at like TV and movies, it's no different than if your kids are like obsessed with shorts and TikToks and just short clips and stuff, or even just YouTube in general. It's like, you know, maybe if you grew up watching movies and watching shows, introduce that to them so that they know, like, there's a whole different sector here that goes way deeper and is in some ways much more immersive than any of this. You know what I mean? And that's why there's always like this kind of, like, what is cinema these days? What qualifies as cinema? And I feel like we see that in gaming all the time, where it's like, this is why I mentioned the whole gatekeeping thing. You know, like, I think gatekeeping can almost be misconstrued sometimes. Where it's like, gatekeeping sounds like such a negative term, but it's more along the lines of learning. It's learning something. It's learning the intricacies, the nuance, the complexities. You know what I mean? Like, not just making it seem like, oh yeah, like literally anybody can just immediately understand this and they get the whole picture. Because, like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's just not how it is. That's just not how it is. You know, every craft, every art, I think it all has its layers of complexity. And I think that the whole idea of gatekeeping is just, if anything, I think it's just out of a respect to preserve that, not to keep it away from people, but just to make it so that, listen, if you're interested in just the simplest, most basic form of, I want to game, you can pull out Candy Crush on your phone and you're gaming, right? But if you want to go deeper, well, there's layers to it, you know? And everybody's kind of got to go through the the trials, so to speak, right? Like, I mean, how many gamers out there, spent half their life playing a mobile game and then just dived into Elden Ring and just was like, whoa, I'm amazing at this. Like, I understand everything now. Like, no, I mean, maybe there's somebody out there, but most likely it's like if somebody spent their whole life playing very basic, simple mobile games that are not difficult, and then they suddenly are interested in this game Elden Ring that came out, and that's like their first like deeper gaming experience, and they're like getting absolutely obliterated, they don't even know what they're doing, it's probably not going to be a good time. But that's where it's like, well, that in that case it would be trial by fire, but at that point that person would probably think maybe there are other games I have to look into, because I feel like I just dove into the deep end after playing in the kiddie pool for a long time. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about at this point. All right. We have a Angry Whale Watcher says Zenless Zone earned 95 million on mobile only in July. Game also plays on PlayStation. Doesn't feel like a mobile game. Looks good. Feels good. Yeah, you know what? That's another aspect that I'm being completely ignorant to, Angry Whale Watcher, that we are approaching that point. We've been here for a little while where there are these games, these more complex games that, would not fall in this category of like very simple, basic, easy to pick up and play and master even mobile games. And that's becoming more of a thing. And this is interesting because I do think that as the gap closes between how powerful and capable smartphones can be compared to something like consoles and PC, then yes, as that gap continues to close, I guess you could say that my whole idea of like there should be two distinct separate categories of gaming, mobile gaming and more traditional gaming. Yeah, we're seeing that line blur as well. And I don't think that that's a bad thing either. I guess at that point, though, there's always going to have to be some kind of like the hardware will no longer be the separating factor. We'll have to frankly rely on storefronts more than anything. And it's interesting because, like, dude, sometimes I look at the PlayStation Store, I'm like, this looks like a mobile game store. So the lines are definitely blurring where I know it's not a mobile game store. If Sony tries to do a good job at like catering things and like showing you like, here's the games we think you might want to pay attention to, versus like if you just click all PS5 games, there's like, I mean, I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at. I'm like, what is this trash? What is any of this? How is this even allowed here? How are these even games? I guess everybody's got to start somewhere, but yeah, I guess as these lines continue to blur, it's going to be more and more important. And I don't know, maybe it's kind of interesting because I would have never known that about Zenless Zone Zero, right? Like, it's not a game I'm interested in, but if you told me like, oh, this is a really popular mobile game, I just assume, well, then it must be some really basic, simple, generic garbage. But then it's like, it's announced it's coming to PS5, and then, suddenly people that I know play mostly on console and play a lot of these like more, complex games, they're like, oh yeah, this is great. This is a very deep game. And I'm like, oh, and that comes from mobile first. Interesting. So it's kind of, I don't know, man. Here's another thing. Let me ask you this. What is it about a game like Zenless Zone that it can do so well on mobile, but a game like Resident Evil or Assassin's Creed just completely shits the bed? What is the reason? Is it because like it's a gacha game? Is that what it is? And a game like a gacha game can just kind of it can just kind of go between these two worlds seamlessly, but these more traditional single player games that are, built from the ground up for these, for PC or for these gaming consoles. They just don't have the same appeal. Is that what it is? MBGI played Wuthering Waves at boring family events, and it probably, I think they did say it's coming to PS5. Just hoping it allows me to link accounts. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that we're on this conversation and this topic, because there's been seemingly like I don't know, just like a whole wave of these kind of mobile centric games making their way to console now. But anyway, I am going to have to pivot here because I really was just going on and on. I don't know. Sometimes it's just kind of, you know how it is. Occasionally on these streams, I end up going into these different directions, speaking extremely broadly about the industry, which I enjoy. I hope you guys enjoy it too. I know some of you really do. But all it really boils down to ultimately is things will continue to change and evolve, and we will just be here for the ride. And I'm always up for speculating and trying to guess how they're going to evolve, what they're going to look like. But at the end of the day, if there's anything that this generation has taught me, this generation of consoles, that is, in gaming, is that things can change very abruptly. Some things can change very abruptly. Other things can change very slowly. And it's hard to determine like which category these things fall into, But there is one other topic. I have a couple of smaller topics here, but there's one other main topic that I want to make sure to talk about before we wrap up the stream, and that is we got to talk about Helldivers 2, guys. Big update out today. Here are the Helldivers 2 Escalation of Freedom patch notes for launch. Helldivers 2's Escalation of Freedom update launches today, which should be its biggest since launch, with multiple new units added and a number of other changes. Now we have the full patch notes, and so here's what's really going on under the hood. So, gameplay additions, difficulty level 10, Super Helldive. Now, let me ask, has anybody here played this difficulty? I know it just came out today, but is there anybody who unlocked Super Helldive difficulty and has played it? It says it's the hardest difficulty the game has seen yet, with new enemies and harder challenges. I'm just curious to know if anybody's played this difficulty level yet, because I've been playing on difficulty level 9, Helldive, and it is ridiculous, dude. It is ridiculously difficult and chaotic, and I just can't imagine it getting any crazier. But yet, here we are. They did add another difficulty level. So if anybody's tried this, please let me know. But they've added new mission objectives, faction-specific new objectives, where one is assaulting an automaton human processing plant, and the other is extracting a larva sample from a termitid nest. Bigger enemy outposts. These will only appear in Super Helldive difficulty. So that I didn't know. These bigger outposts apparently are only in this level 10 difficulty, which sounds like a freaking nightmare. A termitid stronghold and automaton fortress that will be large and extremely hard, but produce the best rewards in the game. Oh, man. I know that there are some people who've been playing Sim Particle. You're saying you're doing it right now, already completed. Okay. Yeah, dude, I was playing the Helldive difficulty, and I'm like, this shit's crazy. Did pretty good, though. I don't know. I was holding my own better than I expected. But I imagine for people who've still been playing this game for a long time, you just completed it now. Awesome. Yeah, I'm curious to try it. Well, okay, how much harder is it than level 9, than Helldive? Is it like noticeably more difficult? Is it just like 10% harder? Because I don't know, when I'm playing the Helldive difficulty, man, like my stress levels are like through the roof. Like I'm like, you can't even breathe, dude. But then again, I just died, no pun intended, I just dived back into the game. So I imagine if you're somebody who's been playing on Helldive difficulty for the past couple months, it probably feels like a breeze. You know, just another day. Just another day in the shit. Stelia, you're saying it's hard at ASF. Any plans to stream Helldivers with the new update? I'm not exactly sure yet. I got to think about it. I'm a little bit intimidated. You know, they also added new units, by the way. So the Terminated Impaler returns from the first game, which burrows and has tentacles. I actually faced that earlier. The Spore Charger is cloaked in a fog and has supporting units. The automatons, there's a new rocket tank and a reinforced scout strider with a fortified weak spot and rockets. There's a new swamp planet. It's a swamp planet, very swampy. I don't know. That swamp planet sounds like it could be a nightmare. Sounds like it could be kind of stressful. It's intense for sure. Yeah, I'll find out. New hazards. There are new acid storms, which will lower armor for both players and enemies. Gameplay changes. The atmospheric interference operation modifier has been removed. Corrosive acid planets no longer have the intense heat modifier. Gunship patrols are less frequent, have less ships, and their engines are less durable now. Better armory weapon preview controls. Update orders UI. Energy shields now block snowstorms and sandstorms. A new griefing protection system is in place that allows kicked players to continue their own mission and get full rewards, which is awesome. Really nice to see that. Weapons and stratagems. The SG-8S Slugger increased stagger force, increased spread, increased drag. The SG-225 IE Breaker Incendiary decreased number of magazines from 6 to 4, increased recoil 28 to 41. So it seems like that Breaker Incendiary, that seems to be the main. It seems to kind of be like the new meta, from what I can tell, where everybody's using that. They seem to have nerfed it quite a bit, at least ammo capacity wise. Saying it's a lot of fun when you have a good group, though. Randoms all over the place. Yeah, dude, there's something I've learned getting back into Helldivers, especially trying to play the higher difficulties. Like, dude, if it really does come down to you have to have a good group. Like, you have to know what you're doing. And if you're in a group where it's a little bit more chaotic, you like in the higher difficulties, maybe in the lower difficulties, you can kind of get away with it. But in the higher difficulties, like, no, it's just going to be a bad time. You know, it's just going to be a bad time. The GP31 grenade pistol decreased ammo capacity from 8 to 6, increased the number of rounds replenished from an ammo box from 2 to 4. CB9 exploding crossbow is now one-handed. The AX/AR-23 guard dog increased number of magazines from 6 to 8. Orbital walking barrage increased number of salvos 3 to 5, decreased movement speed by 40%. Orbital 120 millimeter HE barrage decreased cooldown from 240 seconds to 180 seconds, reduced time between salvos, and that seems to be it. Those are all the patch notes. So it is chaos. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Helldivers 2, let me check real quick, actually. So it's almost 3 p.m. I'm checking Steam. So it reached a new 24-hour peak. The game hasn't seemingly... Trying to get a good look here. So the last time the game went above 300,000 players was April 7th. And then from that point forward, it's just a slow decline. And then the next spike up to 91,000 players. So it went, from April 7th, we go from 345,000 players on Steam down to June 10th. So about a month later, the low point reaches 49,000. On June 13th, there's a spike back up to 91,000, but then a slow decay where it falls further and further, 40,000, 35,000. And then it kind of seems to stick around anywhere between 27,000 and 35,000. But now with this update, it's reached another peak of 58,000 players. So I'm curious to see. The all-time concurrent is 458,000. I don't think it'll ever see that again because that's nuts. But I'm curious to see if it can. I don't know. Do you think this update would be enough to get people back up? I mean, enough people back to get it back to like 100K again? Sorry, I'm just seeing what's going on in the chat. Probably won't see 100K again until they add new enemies or bosses. Well, I'm like really wondering. You're saying there's 86K in game now. Okay, that's pretty good. That's across PS5 and Steam. I'm really wondering what long-term plans they're thinking of for the game, because it does still feel like this is this is the biggest update so far, but overall it still feels pretty modest. Like it doesn't feel like it's fundamentally changing much. The new difficulty is pretty significant. The fortresses seem pretty significant, higher rewards, but it feels like if we're talking about the long run here, when it comes to Helldivers 2, there are maybe, I don't know, there's some much bigger things they could potentially do, like you're saying, like an entirely new enemy faction, maybe. I'm also, I don't know, like, what ideas do you guys have? The Illuminates are coming. Yeah, I've heard about that. Is that from like the original Helldivers? I don't know the lore or anything. I mean, there's a lot they could do. You hope they add PvP. I don't think they ever will. I doubt they'll ever add PvP. New vehicles. Yeah, I'm curious to see how Helldivers 2 evolves, because I mean, it's clearly starting to settle down now. I think that this new update is coming at just the right time, because it seemed like Helldivers 2 was beginning to hit a new low point. And this new update is going to serve as that kind of boost. Hopefully, we'll see how long it lasts, though. But I'm just really curious, like, if I guess what I'm trying to say is, this to me it feels like just the beginning. I could be wrong, but if this is a game that they plan to truly support in the long run and do a lot more with and evolve over time, I imagine that they are just beginning to scratch the surface of what they can do. And we'll never really know what their original roadmap was, but what we do got to keep in mind is their original roadmap was not for a game that sold probably at this point close to 15 million copies. Their original roadmap was probably for a game that sold at most 1.5 million, 2 million copies. No joke. Like that's probably what their original roadmap was for. Their roadmap probably was like, if we have a modest, peak of like 25,000, maybe 50,000 on the high end, that was probably what they were anticipating. Maybe 100K at the absolute limit. Nothing like what they saw. And so it tells me that the plan along the way for this game probably changed in like, holy shit, like we have something that can go the distance. And so I think I guess what I'm trying to say is like the bigger things that we could potentially see in the future are, they probably have spent the last like 6 months planning that out, and it's going to take more time. Obviously, they can't take too much time because every day that goes by where you're potentially losing more players doesn't mean they won't come back. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm going to be really interested to follow the really interested in following the trajectory of Helldivers 2 long term, because I feel like the plan for this game changed in a good way. Like, I think that they probably have way bigger ambitions now. They certainly have the money to justify it. And if they have the ambition and the passion, which I think they do, who knows? Who knows what this game could transform into over time? The Illuminates are the hardest faction in Helldivers 1, and now it'll be the same. The Helldivers are going to get wrecked. What are they? What are the Illuminates? Helldivers Illuminate lore. Highly sophisticated. Their civilization has endured several hundreds of thousands of years. They call themselves the Squith? Squeath? I don't know. And are originally an aquatic species. These creatures, dressed in ceremonial robes, have managed to create a vast and extremely complex neural network for space travel. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, okay, this sounds like it could be I'm trying to see what they look like in Helldivers 1. Helldivers 1 Illuminates. It's, oh wow, it's so weird to look at. Okay. It's so weird to look at Helldivers 1 because it looks so different from 2. I imagine they're going to change the designs though, right? Because I'm looking at the original Illuminates from Helldivers 1, and they look fine, but they look a little maybe too similar to the automatons, just a little bit. Like they look more robotic-esque. I don't know. But they're like zoomed in images. Cypherpunk, you're saying I think Helldivers 2 will be dead by next year, sadly. I hope not. That would be crazy. I mean, it's not like impossible. It's actually very possible that by next year at some point it could reach like a sustainable low point for sure. But they made their money. So if they just reach a point where they only have like 15,000, 10,000 daily players, which is, I'd say, still a healthy amount, and that's just where it stays for good, okay. I think it'll still be just fine. But I don't know, man. Helldivers 2 really, I think it's too early to determine if it has the the tail, really. I don't know. I'm assuming Sony's probably still working closely with Arrowhead because, I mean, this is a big deal for Sony as well. There's leaked images of the Illuminates already? Oh, shit, really? Hold on. Look this up. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, okay. Yeah, they look way better. That looks like some Destiny shit, dude. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be pretty big. I'm looking at these leaked images. This definitely looks like some Destiny shit. In a good way, though. Okay, maybe that's going to be the big one. Because I didn't know that it was like already in the code and like people are finding basically some of the shit they're already working on. Yeah, this could be big for Helldivers 2. This actually probably will be the biggest thing they do for it. So is there an ETA on it? Does anybody have any idea when it's supposed to come out? Maybe next year? Maybe like the 1 year anniversary, or maybe that's too long from now. Maybe at the end of the year? And is that going to be free as well? Do you think they're going to go the paid expansion route? Probably not, right? I think they said that everything will be free. Helldivers 1 came before Destiny, bro. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that true? Well, even if that's true, I guess I'm just saying, like, these new updated designs for the Illuminates look very inspired by, like, because I saw the original Illuminates, and they, like, these new ones for Helldivers 2 look very different. They look better, though, but it definitely looks somewhat Destiny inspired. That's not a bad thing. No date for it yet. It's all going to be free. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I could see them maybe planning like some kind of massive, just colossal, like, I don't know, a whole new faction, all new planets, multiple new war bonds, almost like a new game. And that's the thing, though, man. I feel like they would. I don't know. It would be hard to believe they wouldn't charge for that, but chat way off gaming. Yeah, well, I mean, I see some people are having some conversations about other things. That's fine. It doesn't seem toxic or anything. They're just talking. That's cool. I don't mind. Nobody's being an a hole or anything. You know, nobody's being mean. Yeah, there's a lot of problems going on in the world right now, and I can't blame people for, you know, some of the shit that's going on in the world to be at the forefront of their minds talking about it. Well, either way though, this new update is out. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm actually even more excited. I didn't even know about the Illuminates, and that there's like they're already working on that, and people are already kind of seeing some of what they're working on. I'm definitely excited. What's my most anticipated game this year? Well, I mean, I'm really stoked for Black Myth. I don't know that I have one specific game. It feels like a kind of tie between multiple games. Like, I feel like there's a tie between like Black Myth Wukong, Astrobot, Silent Hill 2 remake, and I think for now, like it's maybe like a three-way tie there. You're saying MBG right, but we're here to get away from that and discuss games. Yeah, that's true too. Has bro started the Jesus talk? No. Where did you see the leaked pictures of the Illuminates? I just Googled Helldivers 2 Illuminate leak, and then I clicked images, and you can see a bunch of stuff that's leaked. None of it's like finished, from what I could tell. Ooh. PS5 Pro reveal event comes with a GTA 6 trailer, number 2. I hope so. I hope so, bro. GoldenEye 84. I wonder if MGO is returning for Snake Eater Remake. Oh, I fucking wish. There's no way. Could you imagine they announced that, though? Like at the last moment. Like that's like the last thing they announced. Oh, by the way, MGO 1 is returning. I would. Dude, I would. I don't know what I would do. I would freak the fuck out, is what I'd do. In a good way. I'd be losing my shit. But no, I don't think so. Saying sorry for hijacking a chat, but some of us live in the UK and we are very concerned about what is happening. Yeah, I get it. That's why I'm not, you know, I get it, man. Shit's scary out there. The whole world is in disarray. Yeah, dude, I don't know what's going on out there anymore. I really can't follow it, you know? There's just too much. There's too much going on. And the thing that I realize about all of it, because, I'm exposed to a lot of it and it provokes certain emotional feelings and reactions. But the thing that I ultimately end up realizing is I have no control over any of this. I mean, maybe it's good to be somewhat aware. And especially if things are happening close to you, you should be aware. So if you have to take any kind of action, like there is something you can do or something that's about to happen that will affect you directly. But most of it, say like 95 to 98% of it has nothing to do with me. And there's nothing I can do. I don't think there's anything anybody can do, unfortunately. Not anybody, but most people. And it's just, I I've reached this point where I sometimes like I oscillate between I want to be ignorant, like I actually do. Like I don't want to know. I just I want to just worry about my own little corner of the planet because it's better for my mental health. Um, I everybody has problems, and it's like it's not my job to judge them on a scale. Well, this person's problem's way worse than mine, so I should feel really good, and I should and they should feel really bad. It's like everybody has problems, and if we look at things through a more objective lens, we can definitely isolate certain problems and be like, okay, yeah, that seems definitely worse if we're comparing, but I don't even know that there's a need to really compare. You're saying sorry to bring this here. If you don't want us to continue, it's fine. No, I don't. Well, we're getting close to the end of the stream, man. I don't mind because I see it too, man. I'm more connected to the things that are going on and than I would want to be. It's like yesterday, yesterday if it feels like, oh, are we back in the 1930s? The whole stock market crash. We're about to enter another depression. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, shit's just crazy. It's like every day there's just like, it's like what chaos is unfolding today. The other day too, I'm throwing this out there. Did you guys see this? There was like I saw it trending on Twitter. The clearest ever footage captured of a UFO in Brazil. And apparently all of the experts agree that like that shit's real. That shit is not fake. Did you guys see this? And what's funny is like I'm watching this and it's crystal clear, dude. Somebody just like it's like a fucking UFO was just right there and somebody was like, "Oh, I got to pull out my phone and record this shit." And I don't know, could it be fake? Absolutely it could be. You never know these days. I'm hesitant to believe anything, but the thing that gets me is like I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't at all. Like, oh yeah, there they are. There they are. I wonder why. Is it because they see that the shit's about to hit the fan and they're going to have to intervene? Is that what it is? Are they here for the Olympics? Is it both? I mean, are we just a really entertaining channel for these aliens to watch? And they have to make sure we don't accidentally cancel ourselves? Our favorite channel is off the air. We got to stop that from happening. I don't know, man. It could be. It probably was. That's the funny thing about it, though, right? Like everything today looks so real, and there's AI and shit. It gets to a point where it's like something real actually comes out, and nobody fucking cares because it's like, oh, it's just fake. It's like, no, that's real, dude. But yeah, I don't know. The world is not well right now. You can ignore it, but ignorance is never the answer. Yeah. I think it's just, you know what it is? I agree. Like that's why it's like I can't operate. I cannot be willfully ignorant, even if I wanted to be. That's the problem. Like if I know that there's something, like if I learn something and I'm not happy about it, I'm like, what the fuck, you know? Obviously, there's like that initial feeling of like I was better off before I knew this shit, but it's just like it's real. What are you gonna do? And I think that the only thing that's appropriate to do after that is to basically just ask yourself, okay, well, like what should I do? What can I do? And you got to be realistic about that, you know? Can I go solve this problem across the world? No. Okay. I mean, listen, for me, what I find frequently is that like um when I get overwhelmed by the shit I see, you just got to like for me anyway, I'm not going to tell anybody else what for me it's like I got to just okay, well like what's the best thing I can do today? You know? Like maybe the best thing I could do today is just take care of myself, take care of my family, take care of the things that are important around me, and try to contribute in some kind of fucking positive way, if that's a possibility for me. And maybe that's the extent of my reach, but it's better than doing something bad. You know what I mean? Like doing something wrong or contributing to something that would be considered detrimental. You know, be positive. Yeah, yeah. It's hard, man. It's hard. I enter doomer. I can't help it. I'm a doomer sometimes, as you guys know. Like naturally, I'm just a fucking doomer. I am literally that meme of the 30-year-old doomer with the black hat. Ugh. Anyway, Waylark coming in with the positivity. World War III can't come quick enough. You know, it's interesting you say that. I don't know, like I don't know how you're saying that, Waylark. I don't. I mean, maybe it's sarcasm. I mistook your sarcasm the other day, but I genuinely wonder like if that's actually going to be the quote unquote solution to all of this, because like the global economy is like collapsing and like people clearly like don't, like nobody knows what the fuck to do. And if there's something that the past has proven time and time again is, hey, if you need to get things sorted out economically, war is always an option. Especially if it's a world war. If it's a world war, you're going to see a boom. Or you're going to see a lot of booms. But you'll see an economic boom as well. And that's been proven time and time again, man. And that's why I do just start to feel like, goddamn, whew, Metal Gear Solid 4, bro. It's basically, I don't know. Subtext, you're saying late, so you may have talked about it. But did you see Sacred Symbols chat about the mistake of buying Bungie? One thing they said stuck. The cost of Bungie could have funded 15 Last of Us style games. Yes. Yes. And that stuck with me as well. I actually did just recently listen to that. And, you know, it instantly reminded me of the times that I said about Microsoft spending that amount of money. How many new games, new studios could they have funded with just 2 billion of the 68 billion they spent? And it's insane. And you're right. Like, it's unreasonable to think that Sony would invest $3.6 billion into the funding of brand new games, brand new studios, brand new single player games. But it's not about the full amount, right? If you just take a fraction of that 3.6 billion, like, dude, I'm hearing Sony internally complain and whine about, oh man, Spider-Man 2 is $300 million? That's over budget. It's like, bitch, you just paid $3.6 billion for a failure of a studio. What are you talking about? I'd much rather see a game go over budget and still turn out good than see what has happened with Bungie. You know? And that's the truth, man, is a fraction of what Sony paid for Bungie could have funded so much more. But here's the thing, though, and this is one very important thing I have to add to this conversation so we understand it's not always as simple as it seems. On paper, yes, how much Sony paid for Bungie could have funded 15 Last of Us style games. That's true. Who are you going to get to make those games that you don't already have making those games? You see what I'm saying? See, this is where it's not always as simple as it seems on paper. Because let's not forget, one of the biggest reasons why Sony even considered purchasing Bungie was for the institutional knowledge, of those developers. Now, granted, Sony obviously didn't buy Bungie hoping to gain, a team that's ready to make a single player title or that can teach them something about making big single player narrative adventures. No, nothing like that. Quite the opposite. They literally bought them because it's like, listen, we don't know how to do live service. These guys do, and they're talented. So, and there's a lot of them. So let's buy them. But it's just that Sony took a risk. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like it's all about. There's always a risk in any investment that you make, and putting the emotions aside, Sony took a risk on Bungie, and listen, you can subscribe to the theory that, I don't even know if it's a theory, it's more like a conspiracy theory at that point, that Sony's playing some kind of 4 to 5D chess type game where this was all part of the plan. I don't think so. Where ultimately all Sony really wanted was, we want most of these developers and we want them completely under our control. I don't think that was the case. It could have been, but that would be nuts. I mean, that's some kind of like evil villain-esque type plan there that it's just like, I don't even know how you pull that off. It's much more likely, it's like Occam's razor, right? It's most likely that Sony they took a big risk, and they ended up making a bad deal, and they got the shit under the stick, and now they're paying for it literally, and they're working as hard as they can to salvage it, to make sure that it doesn't completely look. If we could save half of it and we could get half of our money back, we'll take it. You know what I mean? We just can't let this burn to the ground completely. And it's not. Like, they still have 850 devs. They're still massive. They're still absolutely colossal. And there's still a lot of talent. No doubt about it. Exactly, Irfan. That's what a plan to lose money? Like, that just doesn't hold up. I don't think it holds water. So it really does just seem to me that Sony got burned on a bad deal here. And it seems like the C-suite at Bungie won. They're rich. And one of the things I did hear when listening to that Sacred Symbols episode, I think Colin was saying that he heard that a lot of Bungie executives made a lot of money, dude. Like this deal made a lot of them like very rich, like lifetime money rich. Like, you can retire for life now, like potentially like generational wealth there. And you can kind of see how like that's problematic for multiple reasons, because I mean, if you're in that position, we are all human. You've been grinding and working passionately at an independent studio for almost your whole career. And then suddenly Sony walks in and says, would you like to be filthy rich? Sign on the line. And once you do that, that like I'm good. Like I don't need to do this anymore. Like I can go and I could be rich and happy and do whatever the fuck I want. I did my time. You know what I mean? And I get it. Like that's I don't know, man. Like my whole thing is, did Sony expect that not to happen? You know what I mean? That's the only part from Sony's angle that I don't quite understand, where it's like, Sony, you know you're making the C-suite at Bungie filthy rich. You're making them so rich. Do you really think they're going to want to hang around and deal with the headaches anymore? Or do you think that they're just going to want to go buy new cars and be done? I don't know. I'm just trying to consider the human factor here, in that, like, I think most people, truthfully, if they were told all you got to do is sign the line, you got to stick around for like just a couple more years, and you will walk away with generational money. I just don't think. I think that you're basically asking somebody to just not give a shit, or to just pretend to give a shit for a little bit longer, and then you can go. And that's what's interesting to me about this, because that's literally what is happening. That's what is happening. And I don't know. Listen, the only thing I can think is that, if like this idea that Sony knew they would lose money, the only thing I can think is that Sony would be okay with the idea of losing a bunch of money on Bungie at first, because they truly believe in the long run they'll get it back. Yes, it will come after a bunch of layoffs. Yes, it will come after, the entire C-suite and leadership at Bungie is purged. Yes, it will come after all of that, and it will be years in the making. But once Sony has total control, they will be able to run Bungie the same way they run all of their other PlayStation studios. And in doing so, maybe Sony believes that maybe this is how Sony viewed it. Maybe Sony viewed Bungie as the Naughty Dog equivalent in the live service space. And in their mind, the only thing that mattered to them is, we need to get as much of that talent to stay as humanly possible, and we need to make sure that we are in control. And maybe the only way that happens is we overpay, we make the C-suite rich, so they will be incentivized to want to fuck off so we can take over. And then we can basically have total control of the Naughty Dog equivalent of a live service studio. And it'll be something that we can extract way more than 3.6 billion from in the long run. But that's the thing that's hard to believe, is like, dude, 3.6 billion? I don't think you're making that back anytime soon, man. Like, I don't know how that adds up. So I don't know. There's too many unknown factors, and the only thing that will truly reveal what we need to know is time. In time, we're going to see what happens with Bungie underneath Sony. We're going to see what games they produce. We're going to see how Marathon turns out. We're going to find out more about Sony's future plans with them, especially now that they are taking over. And if it just continues to go downhill, because that's the whole thing, right? If the whole plan this whole time was Sony wants to get complete control of Bungie, then theoretically things should start to improve. If that was the plan, if Sony really was like, we just need to get in there and run the ship, not in terms of like creativeness, like, because they've proven like they know how to make good shit, but just like actually making sure you don't fucking overspend and make ridiculously outlandish plans that will only lead to disaster. If that's really what Sony believes, then there is a possibility that they really believe they can fucking completely flip Bungie and make them a lean, mean, money-making machine that will, over the years, just make more and more and more profit. And eventually, not only will they pay off the debt or not pay off the debt, but make the money back, but they'll eventually become profitable. But I don't know, man. Like, it doesn't seem like that's the direction it's headed in. MBG hardcore Bungie fans are very skeptical of Marathon to become the next Destiny. It's 2024, a way different market than 2014 when Destiny 1 released. Well, something that I think people are not paying enough attention to, and I haven't been paying enough attention to it, and I was making fun of it because that image that came out, but it's very telling. It's very, very telling that Sony is taking a chunk of those developers that were working on one of these incubation projects and moving it over to PlayStation Studios. That's very telling for multiple reasons, but the biggest reason is that it tells you that Sony actually thinks there's something here. And I find the timing of it fascinating. You know, I find the timing of Concord's about to come out. Sony is finding out the hard way that Concord ain't it. And whatever you saw in Concord that you thought was going to make it a big success is nobody else is seeing that. So it really makes me wonder, like, you know, now we're hearing Marathon, right? Marathon, there's concern about that. Like, is it really going to be the next big Bungie hit? And I'll be honest with you, man, like, almost everything I'm seeing, people are like, it could be good, but probably not. And then you have this incubation project that's being moved over to PlayStation Studios, where the first piece of leaked concept art, people are looking at it and they're raising an eyebrow and they're being like, what is this? I just have to wonder. Like, again, I know some people get upset when I start to place the blame on Herman Hulst, and I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying all I know is Herman Hulst has been in charge of PlayStation Studios since 2019. And he's still in charge of PlayStation Studios. Paul Tassi said Gummy Bears is a MOBA with Smash Bros. Element. Dude, watch Sony reform it. And it's like, Bungie, you're making PlayStation Smash Bros. Watch that be what happens. I don't know, man. I'm not saying Sony shouldn't take chances on different things and new things. They definitely should, but I'm just worried that it's like, fuck, man. How many different live service multiplayer bets can you make that don't pan out? Maybe, but you know what? Maybe Sony looks at it as like, dude, the success we just found with Helldivers 2 is worth it. If we got to burn through 5 live services to get to that one Helldivers 2, it's worth it. Is that possible? We have to consider that. I don't know, man. Like, dude, it's getting harder and harder to speculate about PlayStation. You know? It really is. It's getting harder and harder to speculate about the industry, but especially PlayStation, because, dude, like, after... I mean, I can't even think about 2025, dude. Like, because I have to just think about September. I don't know why, but I do know why. I'm just going into this September, like, this has to be it, right? Surely this has to be it. Where, like, Sony finally fucking pulls the curtain back. It's like, all right, guys, you've waited long enough. Thank you for your patience for like the last year while we figured it out and sorted shit out. Now it's time we give you an update. Grub is too silent. I don't have a great feeling. Dude, I'm not trying to be negative because there's a lot. Yeah, I talked about that. Helldivers 2 having 60K players on Steam. Yeah, it's getting up there, man. I'm going to keep watching it. But like, I am preparing myself for the worst just because it's like, dude, at this point in time, I feel like I would have to be foolish. Not to say that I'm not going to have fun playing games. I will. I'm just saying, like, I'm just almost expecting Sony to just continue to do what, like, I don't want to say that saying the bare minimum is a bit harsh, but like, listen, this is what we allocated for 2024. This is what we've allocated for 2025. And this is what we allocated for 2026. Dell just laid off 12,000 plus people. What the fuck? Dude, what is happening? Yo, look, I don't consider myself a socialist. I don't. Maybe what I'm about to say makes me a socialist, but like, dude, I was just thinking the other day. I'm like, what? Like, at what point does it become ridiculous and nonsensical that as the economy is fucking in full collapse, full free fall, how is it that there can be just so like how many billionaires are there? Hundreds? More than hundreds? Like, I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't give a fuck how entitled you are. You may be entitled to every single dollar. What are we doing here? What are we doing here where it's like, I need $800 billion, actually? Like, do you? You need $500 billion? You need $200 billion. It's insanity, dude. Like, it's just not going to work. It's not going to fucking work, dude. Listen, I get it. I'm not saying that everybody should just be okay to just share the fucking wealth, but for fuck's sake, the system is clearly broken. Like, if anything, please do it in the name of saving, not the broken, but just like fixing the system. It's insane, dude. It's just it doesn't make sense to me. Have you seen what's going on in every part of the world? There's a war going on. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't want to go too far down that fucking road, dude, because I get too dark too quick. Like, because, you know, this whole idea, I want to tell myself, like, oh, you know what? It's always been this way. All throughout history, there's always been global problems. We just think it's worse now because we're more connected than ever. It's like, okay, sure, maybe that's true, but has there ever been a time where there was this much global unrest when, like, there's just millions of nuclear weapons scattered all throughout the fucking planet that at any moment in time could just literally end it all? No? Oh. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I know that there was, like, you know, the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Cold War, but fucking A, man, like, shit shit just seems like it's really starting to become unstable on, like, a global level, and it's like, I don't know, man. Is this why the aliens are making themselves known? Are they about to stop this shit? Be like, yo, the fuck y'all doing? You like how I could just bounce off of topics like that? Boom. PlayStation Showcase. Let's make it happen, Sony. Bungie, what are you doing? Next topic. I really hope we can avoid nuclear war. And what's up with billionaires? Seriously, am I crazy for thinking that? Am I crazy for thinking that, like, surely a part of the solution is the rich simply have to stop getting richer and the poor have to stop getting poorer because the rich keep getting richer? Like, am I really, like, that crazy? Like, I'm an American, but even I'm, like, seeing, like, this shit is totally fucked, man. Like, I honestly am sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, listen, if I woke up If I woke up and I had $300 billion in my fucking bank account, everyone wants to be rich. Well, I thought about this and I'm like, it's not just, well, what does wealth bring, right? The more wealth you accumulate, the more billions you get. You go from 10 billion to 100 billion, from 100 billion to 500 billion. You're accumulating power, ultimately. That's what you're accumulating in this world, in this physical world. It's not even just security. You're accumulating power. You now have, the more money you have, the more power you have to make things happen, to control people, to control things, to shape things, to have influence over things. And this is why people who are billionaires, the richest of the rich, they don't want to let go of a single fucking dollar. And they're just ultimately obsessed with getting even more than they have, because what they ultimately begin to learn as you get rich, and this is the secret to being rich, to being an elite, it's not the money itself doesn't matter. The money equals the power. That's what matters. The money is the influence. That's the truth, man. And that's why they will never relinquish it. They will never say, oh, yeah, I'm just going to give all this away. Not all of it, but most of this, We should stop giving money to big corporations like Sony and stop the rich from getting richer. Fuck, man. You're right. But see, that's the nefarious part of it all, though, right? Is like we're all part of the problem. Like not I want to say all of us, but many of us are to a small extent. It's like, oh, if I buy this product for this from this greedy corporation, like, am I really the problem? Like, look, I didn't make it this way. It's like, yeah, but the truth is, like, we all share some small level of responsibility, but that doesn't necessarily justify it. It's like, all right, if the people who are in power were able to get there and they become corrupted, right? Like the problem is the amount of power they have that they've been given, and they're put there because we allowed it. Like, that's a dangerous recipe where, chances are they're going to turn around and be like, this is what you guys chose. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're okay. Like, you're complicit with this. You've been complicit with this. But I don't fucking know, dude. Saying, get priorities straight, stop using Windows. The money is not power, it's a symbol, and the power is what the symbol represents. The representation is what gives influence, and then the money can exchange for the shiny goods. Okay, that's well put. Yeah. IBG, literally, you were talking about the Ouroboros. Never ends. You are the example. You always want more subs to break records in your streams. The less and less, the less motivated you will be. Yeah, no. As I get older, I'm learning that in a way, it really is like just part of the nature of this physical existence, right? Like it's how we're kind of programmed, where even if you go all the way back to the hunter and gatherer days, right? Like, did hunter and gatherers not want more of what they were hunting? Why did they want more? Well, I mean, if you're talking about just in the name of survival, you want more so you don't have to fucking feel the pain and the agony of, oh my God, every day it's like, am I going to make it? Am I going to live? Am I going to die? Is it going to be enough? You want to get to a point where you don't have to wake up every day feeling that way. And the ideal state is to never have to feel that way. And that's basically what the entire system is built around. And I don't know, it extends further beyond individuals, to nations. I don't know. I mean, I know it sounds so fucking hippie like and so ridiculous and cliche, but it really is like, dude, like, is there truly not enough to go around? I mean, I think we all know that no, there definitely is more than enough to go around. But we all have our feelings and we all have our opinions, and we're all, no matter who we appoint, they're going to be like, I mean, maybe one day if we appoint fucking AI, some kind of AI or android in a position of power, but until then, we're putting a human being in power. We continue to put human beings in power. And as long as we do that, they're going to, every person's going to have their fucking feelings on how things should be based off of God knows how much fucking bias, right? Even if it's hidden or maybe not so hidden these days. And that's always going to interfere. So I don't know, man. Maybe the best thing we could do is let AI just fucking figure it out for us. Truthfully. If AI eventually does become advanced enough, just let AI make the best decisions. It's like AI's like, yeah, you all got to go. It's like, oh shit, you know what? MBG may create the next PayPal. No, I don't think so, man. AI doesn't have the same interest as humans. You know what game I played recently? And I don't know. I'm gonna let anybody who's here now know I might talk about this again. So if I do, apologies for being redundant. But I just played Stray, and this was a game that a lot of you guys have recommended to me for a long time. And the only thing I knew about Stray was it was a game where you play as a cat. That's all I knew. And I did know that it was highly regarded. Like, it's like very good game. But I can honestly say that Stray is now one of my favorite games ever. Truthfully. Like, I was not prepared for like how fucking incredible this game was. Where it speaks to so many things that are like just flowing through my mind at all times, but also just playing as this cat and seeing it through, you know, there's not a single real like living human in the game. And you know, obviously spoilers here for Stray, but man, like it covered so many different things, and I'm like, this is incredible. And this feels like it could be our future. And I just love this idea of you're just playing as this random stray cat that is navigating this dystopian future where there are no more humans. There's only these kind of like leftover robots that are essentially mimicking humans, but there's something missing. And you go on like this mission. It's an incredible fucking game, dude. Like, yeah, it's a little bit creepy too. You're saying Stray's creepy, the guy who transferred to the machine. Yeah, and your companion. It's good stuff. Oh, speaking of which, hello, Leia. Leia just came in. She knew I was talking about Stray. She's like, oh, I want to be here for this. Come on. Can you guys see her? A rare Leia appearance. Come up here. You don't want to. All right. The elder cat. But I did platinum Stray. Guys, get away. Hey, come on. Don't knock my shit over. Stray was a great game, and it really, I don't know, man. It struck a chord with me. It was so well done. It's like one of these games where like I have so few words for it. Because it's just, I don't know, it's just a game that like it was an experience, and I feel like I felt the experience. Like I fully understood like the developers and like what they were trying to convey here, and the story they were trying to tell, and the commentary they were trying to, you know, produce. We have Shadow Link with a super chat. 20th time super chatting as well. Thank you, buddy. You're saying thank you for reading so many of my comments lately. So here's a super chat for you. Well, thank you so much, Shadow Link. Yeah, I appreciate all the support you guys continue to show. Like I say, I'm only able to do this because you guys allow it. And, when you talk about, these uncertain times and a lot of global unrest, it's very nice that there's still so many of you here showing up, showing support, um, still allowing me to do this because I try to never take advantage of it. Um, and yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys just hearing me ramble on and on too. Means a lot. So thank you for that, Shadow Link. Were the cats watching you when you played Stray? Luna was. Luna was very interested, and I had to like remove her from my TV a couple times. But huge shout out to Stray. Do I think Stray 2 will ever come? I don't think so. No, I don't think Stray's 2 is ever going to come because I don't think it needs to. And Corey, the legend Landiga, I didn't even know you were here, bro. I must have missed you in the chat. Making his presence known, coming out of nowhere, dropping a 20 bomb. Corey Landiga drops 20 membership gifts.
Holy shit.
He clearly needs to feed the beast here. Thank you so much, Corey. Damn, bro. You just did a heavy, heavy lift right now. Just like that, we are now... it's interesting. It says the counter's at 1, but I think it counted a milestone, chat. We're actually at 20 members. So we are just a 5 bomb away. 5 bomb away from hitting a member goal, and we can feed the beast. But Corey, dude, thank you so much for that, bro. Corey's coming in clutch. Oh, why didn't that update? Hold on. What's crazy about that too is like, man, how long have I been streaming for? It's been, oh my God. I lost track of time, dude. This is one of those streams where I did not realize we are approaching the 4-hour mark. Holy shit. I have a Santa Monica Studio team member in the chat. Let me see. Hold on. I think it's Bruno, right? Here for MBG and Boss. Is it right? Is it? I think I got it right. That's awesome. Appreciate you being here, man. The Delta Force beta is out now today. Is it? Is it on console? I would like to play that. But damn, dude, Corey coming out of nowhere. I was not expecting that, bro. Corey's like, you know what? We're 3 hours and 47 minutes into the stream. Let's drop a 20 bomb. Well, guys, let's see if we can get a little member train going here towards the end. Because Corey just brought us up to 20. Dude, the other day actually brought us up to 25 by himself. And then after that, you guys kept it going. But I appreciate it, man. I really do. I also have, let's see, we have KG Games here, member for 13 months, says, MBG, do we hit the alarm bell if there's no big PlayStation news / showcase in September? Because I just might. LOL, love the channel, bro. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I will, because it's me. I'm not saying you should too, but for me, I will struggle to accept if Sony doesn't have something big planned for September. Listen, if it has to be a state of play, then so be it, but it has to be the best one they've ever done. It would be tough. And I would assume the worst, but I would get over it. And, people, realistically, I know this sounds shitty because it sounds like I'm making an excuse. But the reality is, like, Sony would be just fine for the rest of the year, and they'll probably do something early next year, and they'll probably have more to show then. But in my opinion, they have to do something big in September, especially if they're going to show the Pro. I really believe that. Yo, oh my God, Boss and Leia are battling. Hold on. Hey, chill. You're getting cat hair everywhere. I'm literally seeing cat hair fly up over there because they're having a complete battle. Can you please respond to this? Where did the triple anus, or what is the triple anus origin? The origin of triple anus, at least on this channel, it's pretty underwhelming. But like a couple years ago, during one of my streams, probably during like Press X podcast, when I used to do that, I don't know. I just one day, I just said something like, we need more triple anus. And I didn't purposely try to say that. Like, I just said it like casually. And I didn't realize how that sounded. And everyone was like, bro, triple anus. And then from that moment forward, we're like, you know what? Triple anus, bro. And Corey does it. Corey says, you know what? I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to drop the 5-bomb. Look at this. Last stream actually did 25 to get the goal. Now Corey, these two, they tag team it. Corey comes in and does the 25. Corey, dude, thank you so much, man. I see Bruno says, thank you for all the support. I like to swing by and see what MBG and Boss are up to from time to time. I appreciate that, Bruno. Yeah, that's I appreciate all the support, guys. So does Boss. And we got to feed the beast now. Corey does it. He gets us over the line. Man, it's like a 11th hour going on here. 11th hour shit. Let me update this. So Corey, thank you once again, man, for the tremendous amount of support. Why is that not updating? That you show the community here. Sorry, just bear with me for a second. There we go. So we hit the goal.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
Boss, you ready? Did Leia just mess you up? You ready? Oh, Luna's coming over too. Boss, I'll put yours up here. There you go. They're up there. He's really going to eat it like that. That's fine. I expected him to go all the way up. No, those are for Luna. I'm still trying to figure out how to get both Boss and Luna up here snacking, but Corey says it's all in the name of Boss. Up here, bro. You still got plenty. All right. Maybe. Boss, they're up here, bro. What are you doing? Look at how confused he is. Here, up here. Okay. It's just one. No, bro, come on. Boss, go up there and eat your snacks. This isn't working. Boss, they are. I got Luna below me looking at me like, am I getting my snacks now? All right, you know what? How about this? Here. I guess Boss is used to having his snacks there. There you go. And then Luna can go up top. There we go. I solved the problem. I figured it out. It was like solving a puzzle in a game, you know? Dude, Boss is getting heavy, though, man. Soon I'm just going to start doing reps on stream with Boss. I'm just going to start lifting him. You guys see Luna okay? There we go, man. Bruno says, wait, there's a Luna now? Yeah. She's the newest addition to the family here. We got her a couple of weeks ago. She's 4 months old. She'll be 5 months in just, I think, a week and a half or so. And she's still a kitten, but yeah. So we say feed the beast for Boss and feed the micro panther for Luna. She's crazy though, man. I mean, she has to be the most rambunctious, like over the top cat I've seen. I mean, Boss was pretty rambunctious when he was young, but he calmed down pretty quick. She's I'm curious to see what Luna's going to be like when she's like a full adult cat, because she's got a level of chaos in her. She keeps messing with Boss. It's the funniest thing ever. I should get 2 more cats. Yeah, I don't know, man. In the future, I'll probably have more cats. I'm like full cat dad now. I think 3 is good for a good while. Get a dog too. I don't know about that, man. See, I don't want to like go overboard. I'm still adjusting, you know. Boss is fat, man. He didn't even finish all his treats. Maybe he's saving them for later. I should open Pokemon TGC boosters on stream. You mean like open like Pokemon cards? Boss is perfect. He's not fat, says Hicksock. I agree. Boss is just beastly, you know? He's just beastly. You know, I'm noticing about Luna, she's really putting these treats down too. Like, or putting them away. She's look, she's gonna finish Bosses. Boss, you see this? There ain't no way she's gonna eat like that. Rudy says that damn cat is fat. Bro, I was really hoping that Luna was gonna eat those treats with her like back paws just like sticking up. She's got a long tail. I think that's how I know she's gonna be really big. I noticed that Luna's limbs like are longer than both Boss's and Leia's. I'm pretty sure she's gonna be bigger than both of them. I think she's gonna be huge. But there you go, man. Yeah, Boss is a chonker. Big chungus. Now, truthfully, he is gaining some weight. You know it's really difficult though. At this point, Boss is not fat. He's a brick shit house. I'm gonna have to train him, man. I don't know. I got to get him to start moving a little bit more so he can like build more muscle. Jeff Grubb rumors when? I don't know. The tough thing with Boss right now is to stop him from eating Luna's food, because both him and Luna has to eat kitten food, and I don't know. I guess it's different nutrients and whatnot. It's made differently than adult cat food. Am I going to stream Gamescom? Yeah, I'm going to stream it. You could put Boss on a leash and take him out jogging. I don't know. The idea of a cat leash. I don't know if he would like to go outside or not. He might. Am I going to play Wukong? I definitely am. Yeah. Yeah, we talked all about it earlier. The problem is Boss keeps trying to eat, and Leia does too. They keep trying to eat her food because they like her food better than the adult cat food. But like, that's kitten food. It's not for you. You can't eat that. And it's like especially problematic with Boss because it's like, Boss, dude, like I feed you your regular food. I give you treats galore. Like, you can't be doing this to me, man. Like, if you go down this road, like, you are going to become obese, like, severely. We can't do this. Yeah, he's a monster, dude. But yeah, I'm glad we can make that happen, guys. It's very late into the stream, but awesome nonetheless. Depending on the cat, a leash will have him spaz out like crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't, neither of my cats, Boss or Leia, neither of them have shown any interest in going outside. Leia's terrified. Like Leia wants nothing to do with the outside world. I think she just sees the entire outside as a threat. Boss seems less scared of it, but just more uncomfortable. Like if I were to try to, if I try to open the door, neither of the cats try to leave. I think Boss shows a little bit more interest in like checking it out, but definitely won't leave on his own accord. So I just don't know that. Meanwhile, this cat though, Luna, I could see her wanting to dart. She's the crazy one. And I don't know if that's just because she's a kitten or what, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say. All right. Yeah. Hydrate here with my massive, whatever the hell this is. Digital Dude 25 coming in with a $10 super chat. Thank you for that, man. Saying, I just saw Deadpool and Wolverine, and man, see what Marvel can accomplish when they focus more on the story than an agenda. Take notes, gaming industry. Well, I'm happy for you, man, because, yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine was awesome. I did see somebody leave a comment on my last stream. They were like, Deadpool and Wolverine actually wasn't very good. It was just a cameo fest, and the story wasn't even, like, actually that good. And I disagree. I disagree because the story itself, like, if the cameos and stuff didn't exist, would still be good. I just think the cameos elevated it a lot. For example, if you watched Deadpool 1 and 2, you know that you know that the story in Deadpool 1 and 2 was pretty good, and that was without major cameos all over the place. And I think the story of Deadpool and Wolverine kind of follows that trajectory, but instead it just does have an abundance of awesome cameos. So I thought it was awesome, dude. I loved it, and I agree. It's very clear that these companies, at least Marvel, and I think Microsoft is starting to begin to go in this direction, but these bigger companies, Disney, Marvel, and maybe Sony will follow suit. Like, they're starting to get the message that's like, you got to go back to the roots, man. Like, listen, the time for growth and expansion is over. And I mean that because it's like, you need to be more conservative now. Shit's getting a little bit more unpredictable, a lot more unpredictable out here. And I think think about it, like Deadpool and Wolverine, it is playing it safe, but in a way that people want them to play it safe. Like, make this new Deadpool, like, bring back Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, give him his actual Wolverine suit, make him more comic accurate. Deadpool, just keep doing what you're doing because Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool, right? I mean, he does a fantastic job. Make a good buddy story that, has some high points and some low points with these two characters, and throw in a bunch of awesome cameos for fanfare. And boom, you're going to did this movie gross $1 billion yet? If it didn't, it's going to, right? Like, it's definitely going to gross $1 billion. And then, sure, Robert Downey Jr., maybe some people will question him coming back as Dr. Doom. Does it seem desperate? Does it seem like it's playing it too safe, getting the Russo brothers back? All this stuff. Sure, but what's the alternative? Like, I'm okay with this. Like, I would rather see them, because here's the thing that people are not being fair about with this Robert Downey Jr. thing. Yes, he's Iron Man. Yes, his time as Iron Man is done, and Iron Man is dead. Sorry, spoilers, but I'm pretty sure everybody knows. And everybody thought if he would come back, it would be as Iron Man. No, he's going to come back as the next big villain. Robert Downey Jr. is a phenomenal actor. One of the best in the industry. Like, this is, it's people seem to be too focused on the fact that he's returning in general. Like, oh, the dude who played Iron Man, right? The guy who made the MCU what it is, or where it, like, started, and helped grow it to where it is. But they're completely ignoring the fact that, dude, this is one of the best actors in the industry. Like, sure, he was Tony Stark, and sure, we might not see him. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll see him as Iron Man, but he's a great actor. Like, he's going to play an amazing Doctor Doom. That's the part that I think people are missing. And I'm not saying that that's the only thing they should focus on. We do need to focus on they brought him back. Why'd they bring him back? But I think that this is I think what's going on with Marvel is it's the first real indicator of I think what's going to start to happen across all industries, where this is what, like, everybody's eventually going to get the memo, including Sony, where it's like, yeah, you know, your fan base that has been basically screaming out to you this whole time to, like, please just kind of like go back to what you do best. Can you do that? We promise you'll make a lot of money. Like, trust us, you'll make a lot of money. That's happening, and that's going to continue to happen because during these uncertain times, especially economically, these companies are going to play it safe. And I know that there are people that are going to be like upset because it's like, oh, we're going to get more sequels. They're going to get more known quantities. It's going to be more rehashes. It's going to be more fanfare. And it's like, well, listen, you go long enough without those things. Some of those things, you'll be desperate to get them back. And it's going to be okay. That's what I think. I think it's going to be okay. And Digital Dude 25 with another chat. Thank you, buddy. Saying, I see PlayStation going down the Marvel route. Marvel didn't just start pushing an agenda right out of the gate. They took their time. PlayStation is doing the same, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think PlayStation is kind of... See, that's the thing about game development. Isn't it kind of interesting that video games, a lot of the stuff that's coming out or has come out in the last year and is going to be coming out in the next year or so, maybe not the next year, but maybe the next 6 months, it's all kind of happening at the same time. And it's because video games are always late because they take longer. All the things that were happening in the movie and TV industry a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and all those problems we saw, like, you know, they're on a path of correction now because movies take a couple years to make, but movies usually don't take 5, 6, or 7 years to make. They take like 2 or 3, and, you know, sometimes even less. And they learned through making these movies, pushing these agendas, listening to certain crowds of people that they thought they were going to make a bunch of money off of and find new growth from. They thought that was the direction to go in. And after like 2 or 3 years of really pushing that hard and learning the hard way that, oh, we're just losing money and we're losing our fans. The good news is Sony shouldn't have to do that, at least hopefully not, because they have time to change it, where it's like, okay, some of the things we greenlit and some of the moves we made back in 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, we're now getting to the point where they're going to start releasing. I don't know, maybe I'm being overly optimistic, but it's like I said, like, not to get into the conversation once again, but it's like, Sony, you have time to cut ties with Sweet Baby Inc. and Wolverine. Just saying. Look at Marvel. Sony. Hey, Sony, you want to make a lot of fucking money? Look at what Marvel just did. Okay? Rated R, Deadpool and Wolverine, the most harsh Wolverine we've seen on camera, no holds bar, not, you know, not safe for work. None of that movie was safe for work. And it's going to make $1 billion. And it pretty much put Marvel back on top. So make sure, as Insomniac's making your Wolverine game, they're paying close attention. Don't copy. You don't have to make the Wolverine that we get. You know, you don't have to make him Hugh Jackman. You don't have to copy everything you're doing, but, like, take some fucking notes. See what people want. See what people find exciting. See what people gravitate towards. You still got time. You still got time to remove Sweet Baby Inc. from that game. And I'm just dying to know if Sony does it. Because it's at this point, it's obvious. If your game's associated with that company, you're going to lose money. You're going to lose money. And I'm just curious to know, like, I'm not saying Wolverine will still do well. It'll still do fine, even if they don't sever ties. But, like, you will not make as much money as you could have. It's that simple. At least I think so. These companies are waking up, man. Because the thing about these executives that run these companies, they will go in any direction they feel they need to go in. If it, if it's like the flavor of the day, the flavor of the year, the flavor of the generation, as long as it keeps making them money, they will go in whatever direction they believe the money's flowing. And I can tell you, the direction that they thought the money was flowing in, they were convinced this is where the money's flowing. Wrong. You have the same cup, Shadowlink? Yeah, dude, it's a good cup. I don't know. It's very large, but keeps me hydrated. And Digital Dude 25 with another super chat. Thank you so much, man. You're saying if I was running PlayStation, I'd take Sweet Baby Inc. out of all my first party studios, starting with Wolverine PS5. Absolutely. Me too. Because it's like, dude, listen, putting the politics of it aside, right? It's at this point, it's like you are going to lose some money by making, like, if you're okay losing some money, fine, but you're going to lose some. You're going to lose some sales, you're going to lose some money, and there's going to be controversy around your game, and none of that needs to be there. You're choosing for that to be there. But if you go in the other direction and just make it pure fanfare and just keep that shit out of it, you get something like Deadpool and Wolverine. It's got to be good, like there's skill involved, of course, but tell that to the Olympics. And Shadowlink, using his milestone chat, saying politics snake their way into everything. It's not about money. It's about the agenda. It's propaganda. Some people fall for it easier than others. Yeah, and I will say, for as crazy as things are getting, that is one bright spot that I'm noticing is that, obviously, if you live in America, God, man, who knows what's going to happen when it comes to who's going to be elected. I'm not looking forward to the coming months. It's going to be an absolute shit show beyond belief. And the whole world's going to be watching as well. But there's no denying, and I don't say this in a pompous way, it's just, I think it's just true. There's no denying that whatever decision is made this November, it's going to have major global implications, like big time. And of course it's going to have global geopolitical implications, but it's affecting everything. Like, dude, it's going to affect these companies, the decision making in these companies, and everything that comes after, man. God, I just hope reason will prevail, man. Like, I just hope reasonable, rational people in the end can prevail, because you're right. Some people fall for shit easier than others. And I think it's normal. I think every person's got to learn the hard way with some stuff. But Piper, you're saying Sweet Baby is in office right now? Exactly. That's a great way of putting it, because that's pretty much it, man. Everything's trickle down economics. It's everything is trickle down, and we are seeing that very obviously. The whole Bidenomics thing is a lot to unpack there, but yes, this entire agenda, it trickles down from the top. And it's too extreme. And I know that people are also under the belief that, well, Trump is extreme as well. And if Trump's in office, it's going to be the same thing, just the other side of the coin. And maybe that could happen. But I don't know, man. Like, I've just witnessed 4 years under this agenda, and I've seen everything trickle down under this agenda. And it's fucking atrocious. Like, it's bad. Like, this fucking sucks, So I'm just like, I feel like I'm willing to take my chances with something else at this point. I hope it's better. Like, I'm not hoping for something worse, but like, my God, man, I'm just tired of the chaos. Saying all you know is 4 years of Trump and the economy was good and people had money. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people do believe that if Trump is elected, he will be able to turn things around for the economy. And I'll be honest with you, man, like I don't follow these things close enough to really be able to make a fair judgment on whether like I think that could happen or not. And it feels like it's impossible to even figure anything out. Dude, if I try to learn anything, it's like you're saying, it's just all disinformation and propaganda every fucking where. And I'm like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like at some point, I'm like, I'm not saying I'm just like flipping a coin, but it's like, all I know is that Biden was fucking terrible. That I know. Like, he should have never even been elected in the first place. And it's crazy. And I guess, I don't know, man. I just feel if Kamala Harris was supposed, like, if that is who, the Democrats wanted, that's who they would have chose. And they didn't. You get what I'm saying? Like, they didn't choose her. They chose Biden. And Biden's brain doesn't work anymore. So now it's like, well, I guess we got to settle for her. And that doesn't give me any fucking, like, why would that give me any confidence? Like, I should put my faith in the second best choice when the first choice shouldn't have even been chosen in the first place. I I don't know, man. That seems you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, I remember back in like 2020, it was like there was this kind of mantra that went around for a while where it was like the people who voted for Biden, they didn't know who they were voting for or what they were voting for. They just made like the only thing that they cared about is don't vote for Trump. Vote for whoever is against him. And that to me was like, holy shit, you can't be serious. Like that's what you're making your choice based off of? That's called being fucking brainwashed. Like that's insane. And I that's what freaks me out because I feel like we're watching that same thing unfold again where it's like, I don't know, man. Trump derangement syndrome. Dude, Trump does seem a little insane at times, right? Like it feels like he's like barely holding it together at times. I'll be honest. And that does make me a little nervous. Like, oh, geez. But I mean, at the same time, though, it's like, my God, man, I feel like I would probably be the same way. If not, I'd probably be, I don't know if I'd be worse, but dude, I go on Twitter for like 10 minutes and I feel like I'm literally losing my fucking mind. So I can't even imagine what it must be like to be in these positions. And man, hearing that MBG is a Trumper is very disappointing. Dude, I wouldn't say I'm a Trumper. Like, I'm more indifferent than you know. It's just that it's clear shit's hitting the fan and somebody is going to get a position of power and they're going to make important decisions. And I am literally like Larry David in the meme, where he's standing in the parking lot. He's like I don't fucking know, dude. Like, I mean, I'm leaning more towards, if I had like gun to my head, if I had to choose, like I'm leaning more towards, I think I have more faith in Trump steering this country in a better direction because I just saw fucking 4 years of the Biden administration. And I've been, I don't know. Again, if Kamala Harris was presidential material, that would have been the Democrats' first vote, not our first guy is senile, so guess you're it now. Like I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's going on anymore with this country. I just listen. At the end of the day, I know there's a lot of divide out there. especially with shit like this, political divide. And I get it. I'm not going to be able to stop that. But all I can say is all I really actually want, and I think I speak for like the overwhelming majority of most Americans, because it's what I'm about to say is not crazy. I just want things to improve. They don't have to improve overnight where just like suddenly everything's great, but just start to show signs that we're moving in the right direction and we're heading to a better place. And again, not perfection. I don't think anybody expects perfection, but things got to get better than they are now and then they have been. And we need somebody. They don't have to be the perfect person. They don't have to be the best person in the world, but we need somebody that can make that happen. And I don't care who it is, because that's like, if they can get that done, I'll be happy. And it's just really hard right now to determine who the fuck is going to be able to get that done. Because right now, I mean, it's feeling like, I don't know, it's feeling very uncertain. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to go too deep into the political landscape here. It's just it feels like it's going to be hard, especially as the months go on. It's going to be a little hard to ignore it. And Piper, you're saying Sweet Baby wants our kids and our games. Oh man, Piper's going nuts. Damn, Sweet Baby Inc. I just want some fucking reasonable action, man. Some reasonable affirmative action. Is that too much to ask for? Yes, the answer, MBG, is yes. That is too much to ask for in the year 2024, bro. I know, it's in the name, Sweet Baby. That's such a creepy name. Like, truthfully, like, regardless of what the like, it's just a sweet baby. Sweet baby. Like, what? I don't know. Damn, Paul. Paul went there. Paul doesn't give a fuck. For the love of God, let it end, bro. Wait, Jay Shako, is this putting you in agony? I'm sorry, man. Well, dude, we're like 4.5 hours into the stream. We're just fucking. What are we even talking about? Mark Cerny for president, bro. All right, that I'm like, when I go vote, I'm voting for Mark Cerny. Y'all weren't around for the housing market crash, and it shows. What year was that? Was that 2008? I mean, if that's what you're talking about, I was around for that. I just don't remember. I was young. I was in like 8th grade, and I was totally ignorant to. No, I wasn't a baby. I was like 14, I think, at the time, and I remember shit was bad, but I wasn't an adult. I didn't have adult responsibilities, so like I also wasn't paying attention to that shit, and it makes me feel bad because it's like at that, I was a teenager, and ignorance is bliss, truly. Like, when I look back at some of the shit that was going on in my life then, it actually like makes sense. Like, oh man, I think things were just falling apart around me, and I just like didn't give a shit. I was just like, I'm gonna go out skateboarding and listen to fucking music, listen to metal and rock, 90s rock, grunge, skate, and I'm just gonna try to scrounge up $20, $15, and make that last for the day. And when I get hungry, I'll go get some pizza, go to Wendy's or some shit. And then when I'm done, I'll just keep skating. And, it's like, it's crazy how all this shit was going on then. And I was, I don't know, man, I was in my own little world, and it was nice. I'll tell you, it was actually quite nice. That honestly, like, when I think back at that time, 2007, I'd say between 2006 and 2008, that was like the last time in my life I actually felt like free in a way, like carefree in a way where I don't know, man. There was just it really was. I'm not saying it was like responsible. I'm just a teenager, it's maybe normal, but I wasn't like purposely saying F the world, but I definitely had like an F the world mentality and I just couldn't be bothered. And, um, but I also I wasn't responsible for things. Like I did have a place to live. Um, I did have my needs taken care of, by my parents and shit. And, I didn't have that weight yet. So it was quite nice, but we all grow up. Everyone as they get older becomes more conservative. I think that's true. Not like politically, just like generally speaking. Like, yeah, you start to, you know, I think it's because you start to have a greater appreciation for things that, when you, because think about it. Like, I always found that was interesting. Like, when you're, I mean, everybody's raised differently, but when you're like a kid and teenager, you kind of, you just go through this transformative process of all these things that you were once given and were just handed to you. Like you now have to obtain them yourself. And that's natural. That's normal. But I guess it's different in how everybody's raised. Like some people, it's, maybe some of these things aren't necessarily given out so freely and they have to be more, earned. But, that gets in the whole thing of how should you raise kids? What's the best way to raise kids? It's hard. I don't think anybody knows the like perfect answer, but I don't know, man. I do miss those days though. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. Damn. I miss those days though. I miss the days of being able to just like I don't know, there was something truly like freeing about it. Like I remember being able to just grab my skateboard, grab my MP3 player, maybe grab a water bottle, and I would just go skate the streets and it felt so cool in a way. Like the whole world was going about its business and doing what it does. And I was just I felt like I was kind of like weaving in and out and finding like places to go. And like, I remember like one of the more common things I would do being a skater is like, I would try to find these like kind of back alleys sometimes where there was certain ledges and shit you could skate on and whatnot. And you almost felt like you found like some kind of secret spot. Like it wasn't actually secret, but there wasn't a lot of people around, and felt somewhat isolated. And it was simple. It was great, man. It was great. Um, yeah, I'm just like reminiscing a little bit. Yeah, that's why I love EA Skate, man. That's why I love EA Skate. Absolutely. Irfan knows. Irfan knows why my hype level for Skate 4. Take it up again, dude. I tried a couple of years back, and I ended up hurting myself. I think like twisted my nuts or something, bro, and something didn't go right. And I'm like, all right, I don't know that I'm built for this anymore. And I wasn't even doing anything crazy. I was like just trying to get back into it. No, to be honest, I couldn't help. I was like, oh, I'm just going to ride around. But then I get into it and I'm like, I want to start doing tricks again. And then the moment I start trying to do like complex tricks, I'm twisting my legs and shit and like messing my body up. I'm like, okay, yeah, now I can see why people like professional skaters, like their not life expectancy, but their career expectancy is probably until like their like mid 20s or like late 20s. Yeah, it was crazy, dude. It was crazy. Piper says the opposite of love is fear. Yeah, that I agree with that too. Actually, maybe more so. Fear's because indifference can be beneficial in a way. Like indifference doesn't have to be bad, but fear is always bad. Fear is never good. I mean, it's necessary in this life for survival, but it's not good. Fear is not good. But yeah, shout out to the Tony Hawk games as well. Yeah, I miss skating. My favorite thing about skating, though, ironically enough, was not the tricks. My favorite thing about skating was just riding, man. Like, I mean, really just just a just a straightaway road or street, and just having good bearings so you can, actually get some speed. And, hopefully you don't hit like a rock or some shit and go flying, because then that completely ruins the vibe. But that was my favorite thing, and it was very nice. And if I ever do go back to it, that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know. It's hard to see myself doing that, but if I ever do get back to skating, it'll just be to just ride. MBG, do you think Blue Point, or do you think they should make Blue Point their From Software studio? Imagine if they revealed Demon Souls 2. What are your honest thoughts about that possibility? I mean, they could do it, man. It's just that I think it's risky, because I think From Software has like a legion of fans that will hate on that, like, no matter what. Like, if From Software is not involved, I think there's a legion of FromSoft diehard fans that will make Sony and Blue Point's life miserable, um, because they're like, no. And I think Sony probably knows that. So from Sony's perspective, they're probably like, maybe we should just have them make their own game, you know? Shadowlink, you're saying I skated a little, wanted to get good at tricks, but was so fun. It was when I would try to do like complex tricks and shit that, I don't know, it was still fun because I was getting a lot of exercise and it would always feel good to nail it, but it was, I don't know, it was a completely different vibe. Yeah, I'm still going. I don't know, I'm still going, man. I'm still going. All right. This is MBG's telling me that I gotta wrap it up for dinner soon, which is cool. Can't stop, won't stop. Fear is more the opposite of peace, hate versus love. You broke your arm skating in 1997. I think, I don't know if I ever broke a bone. I remember I like did something to my ankle, like real bad. I think I broke a rib, actually. That I remember. I broke a rib skating, and that was pretty bad. I didn't take care of myself properly when I injured myself skating. And that's one thing I do regret. That was that, like, stupid youth. Like, I broke my rib and I didn't like rest properly. I didn't break my ankle, but I think I got like maybe like a hairline fracture or something, and I didn't give it enough proper rest time. Shit like that. It's because I couldn't stop myself from wanting to go back out there again. It's crazy. I feel like the last hour or so of this stream probably should have been a members lounge. I'm slacking on the members lounges. How's your hearing drumming indoors? Yeah, dude, I think yeah, not, I don't know if I have like permanent hearing loss or damage, but I think my right ear specifically, I noticed like my hearing in my right ear isn't as good as my left. But I don't know. The last time I got my hearing checked, it was a while ago, but it was well after I drummed indoors every day, and it was fine, apparently. Like, there was no sign of hearing loss. So, Shem says, "You're getting old, John." I am. I'm getting old. What am I playing at the moment? I just finished playing Stray, and I platinumed it. Amazing game. Like honestly, I'm really glad. I don't know what made me do it, but I just decided, oh look, Stray's $20 on Amazon. I'm gonna buy it, and I'm glad I did. And I just played it one time through slowly. Took me about like 6 to 7 hours to beat, and then after that, I worked on the platinum. And Stray has now become one of my all-time favorite games. And now I'm playing Helldivers 2. I mentioned a food and found out uh, you found out they're sold around here. What food was it? Shadowlink. Oh, you're saying you think maybe you live somewhat close to me, maybe a few hours out. It, I trying to think of what food I would have mentioned. Today's trip down memory lane was brought to you by the letters PS and the number 5. Oh, the pickles, Grillos. Are they regional? Let me see. Where to buy Grillo's pickles? I should see if I can get a sponsorship with them. Um. Oh, I don't know. This is hard to tell. Yo, there's no way they got like a Grillo pickle Pokemon card. What? Okay, what is going on? Yeah, shout out to Grillo's pickles once again, man. Best pickles. What's your real name, MBG? My real name is John. You work for a trash company and you've seen those in recycling. Yeah, watch me find out Shadow Link is like actually my recycling guy. Or my trash guy. That would be so funny, dude. That would be the craziest shit ever. One day you're gonna see this bald dude outside rushing to get his trash or recycling out to the curb, and you're gonna like do a triple take and be like, is that hatless MBG? And then you'll ask me. I'll probably shirtless too, actually, at that point. I'll be like half naked running my fucking trash to the curb. Be like, bro, is that shirtless, hatless MBG? Holy shit, what's going on? And then you're gonna ask, and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna like panic. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna run away. I'm just gonna run away. And you'll know. And you'll know. And then later on in the day I'll be streaming and you'll try to mention it in the channel. I'll be like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Stop making shit up. Mike S is making me uncomfortable. Saying I don't look like a John. Well, I've been a John my whole life. Punished MBG incoming. Yeah, run away like a little girl. That's funny though, man. I look more like a Jack. You know what's interesting? I know sometimes like Jack is like a nickname that people use if your name's John, but nobody's ever called me Jack. I'm kind of glad. I never liked the name Jack. Well, it's not that I have a problem with it. It's just, I don't know. I'm just too used to John. Arms flailing and everything. Yeah, dude. You're already, you'll know. You'll know. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to freak out my fucking trash guys now. I'm just going to be standing out there waiting. Or like when I see them pull up, I'm going to run out there. I'm just going to like shout at them like, Grillo's pickles. And I'll see what kind of reaction I get. I see like exclamation points go off over their heads. Will we ever see Mrs. MBG reveal? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Still plenty of time. They'll skip my house after that. Yeah. Damn, dude. All right. I feel like I'm going on a little too long now. Your grandfather was John but got called Jack. Yeah, dude, it reminds me of Metal Gear Solid 3 when Big Boss was called Jack a bunch of times throughout the game, but at the end, he says, "My name is John." That's when I learned that, oh, I guess Jack is a name that's sometimes used in place of John. No, PS5 user, no, I'm not. All right, guys. I think this is a good place to wrap it up. Huge shout out to those of you who've been hanging out this whole time. This is a monster stream. 4.5 hours. Holy shit. Yeah, I have no idea what happened with Blue Box, man. Look, I'm telling you right now, one day I'm prepared to find out, like years down the line, when Kojima is either retired or so old nobody will care, or, you know, about to retire and he's like, yeah, that was me. It'll be so far down the line that nobody will care, but some people will fucking fall out of their chair, like me. Like, I knew it. But yeah, I'm fully expecting to find out one day that really was Kojima, and he just was never allowed to admit it because it would cause too much hate. Team Real will be vindicated. Yeah, I don't know what happened, dude. I don't know. I honestly have no idea what happened. It's the craziest thing is, though, that fucking application is still on PS5 and you can download it. Can somebody explain that shit to me? Can somebody explain that to me? All right, guys. That's going to do it for this stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Today I get to give a explicit shout out to Corey Landiga specifically for dropping 25 membership gifts and being the sole individual to destroy the goal today. So thank you for that, Corey. I also want to give a big shout out to everybody who donated a super chat. Really appreciate it. I've said it multiple times, but just got to make sure you continue to understand that you guys fund the channel. Anybody who donates a super chat, anybody who becomes a member, who drops a membership gift, any dollar amount you donate to the channel, it goes directly towards the channel and allows me to continue to do this. So thank you guys so much for everything you do for me in this community. And just be on the lookout. I don't know exactly what will go on tomorrow. So what I'll tell those of you who are still here, make sure you have your notifications turned on. Okay. Usually you should get notified about 30 minutes prior to me going live. That's usually when YouTube sends out the notification. So yeah. Oh, very important. Shit. I should have said this earlier. Damn it. Not a big deal. You guys will still get notified. Tomorrow, either later today or tomorrow, I'm going to be putting out a community post. It's going to be just a simple question. And I would just like you guys to, I'm going to be asking you to leave some questions or thoughts. And I'm not saying what they're being used for yet. I also just want to let you know that there's no guarantee yours will be picked. But if it is, or if it's not, I mean, hold on to it, and continue. Okay? So without giving anything away, just look out for that, okay? All right. That does it. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Oh, almost forgot. Got to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for the streams. Does an amazing job. So Devil Shooter, thank you so much, man. Appreciate everything you do for the community. If you guys see him in the comments, show him some love. I know he really appreciates it. But all right. That does it, guys. I will catch you in the next stream. So until then, take care, everyone. And I owe you guys some members content. So we'll see if we could do something about that this week. All right. Take care, everyone.